high drama. High drama sell-off here at 5:30 in the morning. Seconds left. 15 seconds to the bottom of the hour. Euro dollar half hour. Five seconds. So this is the trap trade here. 5:30 in the morning. Buying below this wick. It's a 1 minute chart. 10 seconds to 1 minute chart update. You got a cute little double bottom here. At least on this broker. Pull it back all the way to the starting gate. I got a 100 period moving average there, linear weighted moving average on the chart. I had AI write me a support and resistance indicator. Marks off all the support and resistance, and I have my void fill going back in time. Yeah, it's terrible music, but it's free. Just marks off every last known high and low. Projects into the future. I just don't know why I don't see people use it. I saw some chick that was using this for her daily chart. Just mark off into the future. Oh, here it is. I got the grid in there too, a 25 pip grid, so it's kind of a little bit distracting maybe, but grid's only 3 pixels. Yeah, so we're coming to the low volatility for the past. We had a 25 pip range yesterday, so we're looking to break that out. We want to get past that. It's about breaking out. It's about breaking these price levels. So they start to stack up here. So we just crushed all the way back after we top tick Tommy the session. So here's the 3 o'clock in the morning. Screaming up here. You could have sold this window. Or are you going to buy this window below here? So I'm long from fucking Friday. So I'm still in this trade. So this thing fell out of bed, right? So if you got money, you know, you could be buying right here, bottom tick Bobby. Once again, right? Where do you think the best place to get in is? At the bottom. You know, but it's the fact that if you're in this trade right now, your equity keeps swinging up and down, and you're like, yeah, my final destination happens to be, oh fuck, like up here. So all of this bullshit is tradable though. You just got to get in and out. This is half-hour chart, like, so you'd have to get that 5-minute chart. You'd be like, if you sold here, I think the first buyback has got to be this price. Then the next one's going to be here, right? And then you're going to cash out. Definitely if it comes back to this, right, the starting gate of Europe, which you kind of got a little bit of bounce there. And then you're definitely going to want to get out of, I'd say, I'm going to get out of most of it as soon as we take out this low, because I figure, look at this little double top here before it tanks on the 5-minute. So now this is the do or die moment in the morning. This is 5:30 in the morning. Now it's 5 minutes after 5:30, so the 5-minute bar just updated. So do we go down lower? Or do we start engulfing now into the last known low on the 5, which is right here? Let's zoom in. So that's right here. So we just completed that. We got our first kind of bullish closing here on the 5. I'm going to use this horizontal line, which I never use, but you know, you kind of got to take, you got to close above this close. So you're trapped under the floor on the 5. It's 5:30 in the morning. The half-hour chart, you're under this you know, a lot of people are buying under that for an expectation that we're going to take out well, this stairway going up. So the computer's able to draw these lines for me, thank God. And the nice thing about it, I couldn't redraw those lines really fast enough. And I know a lot of the lines go to the left because people think the prices to the left matter, but they don't matter anymore. If it cleared out this price and went down, like that's just, it's over with. That's what this indicator makes it easy to focus, because you're just really worried about the last known high or low. So there was, at one time, there was a deep area here where once you got down there, holy shit, the wheels came off that puppy, right? So every time it's like screaming down like that. Okay, well, let's go to the 5-minute chart. We got about 3 minutes left here. It looks like we're going to go lower, so I'm going to buy more down here. So I got some pure grid trading here now. These scripts I wrote these new ones I just wrote are going to be coming in 3-pip grid. It's a hard grid. And I have little nodes around it so I can buy a little bit more. It's just amazing what AI has written. I mean, you think about a script, right? It can't really write a robot that'll make you money, but you tell it to write a script and it's on it. And it doesn't give you a hard time about it. So we're still under the floor here. And we just made a new low. Just by like a half a pip here. No, now we're making a new low. Once again, of course. So this is the time to be. It's about a minute and 15 seconds left to close out this 5-minute chart. So another close down here. I'd definitely be buying at the market, but I have so many buy limits in here that I don't want to get carried away and oversized on the position, you know. So since I just wrote these scripts, I'm thinking let them play out. So if I double click this again, it's not gonna change the placement. It's just gonna say let's buy more. Same trade plan. And I have a 5 and a 7. Now it says 4 hours on here, but the very bottom of that rack is 4 hours. The top of that rack is typically 30 minutes. So there's a lot of trolling at 15 and 30 minute expirations right around this right here, because we could keep going down. On the 15, you know, there's still a stop hunt to be had here, right? Anything under this, right? We've already taken this out. Now we could easily slice into here just for a millisecond, and I would just hand place the order there just to make sure. Now the hand placing the orders and running big grids at the same time is just a lot less labor intensive. Now it's filling the grid. So there was one more beat down, coming all the way back to the starting gate of Asia's breakout here. But this is a classic cycle of Forex because it's an exchange. Just back and forth. I think I'm buying actually more here, so I actually added to my position on limits here. So it's up about $700 here, but now we are down $300, so it's about $1,000 swing. Giant long position on euro dollar for the swing. And for the swing and for the scalp. Oh, more fills. There you go. So these are pretty tight exits. They're already flashing to take profit, these new fills. I think I'm at about $1.2 million of euro. I also wrote some scripts here for the Bitcoin. Now this is a hard grid Bitcoin. So I'm buying inside the spread here. That's how crazy it is with the Bitcoin spread. I told it to buy. See my entry. It's this yellow line comes down, it'll fill, but the bid is right there. And you can set a filter on that script to say, well, just filter out the nearest grid because we don't want to get in right here. But it's better than at the market. Look at that. We have to have that yellow line's got to come down to those balls. Look at this gold. This gold's got this stairway to heaven to take out. 15-minute gold chart with this insane support and resistance indicator. We just have that compression building up on this thing for the squeeze on gold. As soon as we take out a few more towel heads, I think this puppy's going to go ripping up. It's going to be a rip. But I'd be getting the fuck out here because right here is the big shelf. I kind of want to get out of that, just like the euro. I mean, just like anything, right? Well, the pound's leaving the station here, so a little confirmation for the euro. 1 minute pound. So if you're buying in the box, I'm just going to use this nice shaded area to identify where you'd buy there. In the 5 minute, it's only a double bottom on the 5. It looks like so much here. It's 5x, you know, on the 1 minute, so it's too much. Too much information. But look at how beautifully this indicator, I made it pretty thick here, so it really high drama impact to just how many tickets are sitting up there to get stopped out, I guess you could say. You know, this is market maker indicator really. Where's all the pressure? Right, where's the look at this stack. It's just so dramatic on the pound. 1 minute chart. Kind of obvious here where you'd buy, you know. I mean, if you can't fucking get your brain around getting in here, you know, you fucking need, you know, you shouldn't be trading. That's what the guy said. Look at that thing just on that 1 minute chart is so thick here. Gee, I wonder if anybody's gonna get off the train up there, huh? Okay, we're leaving the station here on the 1 minute chart, on the 5 minute chart. So we got 15 seconds to close out the 5 minute chart. So we are engulfing. So here, look at this, how we got in here on the grid, or I think I pull it, I don't know, because the spread still here is a half a pip. But I saw somebody do a video. I swear to God, this guy does a video and he says, get in here, right? But then he goes on and fucks it up and says, well, wait for it to come into here. Then wait for it to come back here. Then get in. And I'm like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding? Why? You couldn't have scalped this part and just gone, yeah, that's probably going to happen. All right, but you're saying this one thing has to happen. Meanwhile, there's people all around you. There's some guy on the fucking weekly chart going, yeah, Ed, put some more on that trade. Some hedge fund guys like getting his coffee. He just woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, it looks like it is going up. Buy some more, Earl. Look, I'm using my 100 period moving average, man, on the 4 hour chart. You can't get more conservative than that. That's fucking... But it could break it, which is about to do, it looks like. Everybody's all giddy about the freedom of the be able to go where you want. Here it comes back. I'd be buying more here, so I am. I got a grid down here, so I'm already in the size I want to be in, I suppose. Of course, we don't know. You know, we just don't know how much more it's going to go down before stocks open, and how, you know, this 1 minute chart is like, is it coming back for the I don't know, looks like it's gonna want to take out this now. The next stop bank to take out, or the next new low to crush. 1 minute euro. It just cleans up this chart so easy. The 1 minute chart makes sense, you know. Look at this thing here. Oh my God. So that was the fall out of bed opening on the 1 minute. Then it rips. Then it comes back here for the London Open. Rips one more time. Top tick Tommies get trapped. Five-minute chart's going to update here in about 2 minutes. There's like three hard closes down. You could draw a trend line at this point. It's the first chance to draw a trend line. off these two tops because we already know they close there. So we're anticipating a break of this trend line. So I'm into the look at how much pressure we have down here, how much momentum, and how much longer can we keep tanking is my view. Right, can we keep projecting? Can I draw a channel off of this that projects lower and say, yeah, we're going down there? Or at least ride this trend line down there. Wow. That would be some down pressure. That would be crazy. Okay, got 1 minute and 15 seconds. We're going to find out if this is a trap or if this is continuation into a real breakout down the tubes. Okay, it got boom. 5 minutes. Now we got 5 more minutes to wait. Are we going to break the trend line or are we going to keep tanking? So you go to the 1 minute chart with that 5 minute trend line. It's crazy. It's like Tory trend line now. Time to come in and buy a big position here. So I do have a hotkey assigned for this to buy at the market to make 8 pips. I'm gonna be a sniper now. I got one hotkey assigned to a 8 pip target here, so I can sniper my. See, it did refuse that. So, but I did put about another 13K on or something there, 12K. It's 2K per trigger pull. Looks like it's gonna tank. Maybe not. It's just, I wish I had a bigger tick chart on this instrument. Everybody else's tick chart, all the other symbols have a bigger. Okay, we broke this little fractal here. So, okay, going up. So we're in the process of breaking the trend line on the 5 minute. We got to close above it, you know, and then come back to it even. I mean, the true rules of trend lines is you break the trend line and then you come back and find support of the trend line, and this is where the confirmation people will get in. But typically, I'm just buying so much that I probably wouldn't touch this trade now if it keeps going up from here, because I said I just put so much into this trade. And I've been writing the scripts along the way, so I really definitely overloaded this trade. I mean, it's so big that I think I could make about $3,000 if it goes up. But I always look at the number here, the margin, that if I'm using this much margin, I should be able to make $2,500, which is 20 pips. Yeah, I wish we had 3-minute charts and all that stuff, but here's the 1-minute chart. Got a little baby top bottom here forming. This double top here on the 1-minute chart is making a, if it closes here. Otherwise it's just going to hit these black lines, so this is pressure's building up here to just take that out. You just keep crushing down until stock's open. That's like, it is going to, you know, stay on the trajectory, you know. So you closed above it, you came back. How much longer can they keep dripping this down? I don't know. So it's 5 minutes before 6 o'clock in the morning, and this is going to be a big update for the 1 hour chart, the half-hour chart, the 15. Everything's going to update here. I expect some spikes on high drama here. This 10-minute window between 5 minutes before 6 and 5 minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning. There you go, 5 minutes. So 5 minutes before 6 o'clock in the morning. All the way back to the price that you were in Asia. Demystifying all trend trading. Defying trend trading logic. Going down the tubes. Looks like we're going to keep going lower into US Open here. All you got to do is trip these supports, and then it's got a long way to fall here into this until you get to that one that's pretty thick. Boom. So I just bought more there. Into the crush. It's going down the trend line. We've got to come after the lows from, let me take these trend lines off. You can't see the starting gate here. All the way back to here when the market opened. All the way back. Amazing. So we're really in big now. Down 500. It's time to start buying at the market now. More sniper trades. Just before 6. at the market, 8 pip target, 2Ks. I think I probably just put about 50K in there. Because I'm a sniper. Yeah, about 50K. So I put a lot of limits on all of these things. I did it on the British pound too. Look at this pullback on the pound. So you can come back, re-enter any of these things. It's not like a real. Look at this thing pull back. I'm like, So here you'd already be locked in if you just bought below there. I don't have as many tickets on this, but I do have them on here. So I can buy at the market right now with my sniper. I could probably make 8 pips easy on this euro yen. This is pretty volatile stuff. All right, you got 20 seconds left to 6 o'clock in the morning. We're looking for that high drama 5-minute burst where we could just scalp out. 5 seconds left. I'm still buying. Okay, we'll just sit back and wait. There you go. Boom. So now it is officially 6 o'clock in the morning. Seriously long on scalps here. Yeah, it easily bought. I easily did 120K there just in scalps for 8 pips on the euro yen. Here's the 1 minute euro dollar in the corner. That's a sniper fill there. It's had my finger on the trigger waiting for that last crush. Pressure's starting back up here. We got to take out this stairway now on this euro dollar. So if you go back to that original trend line on the 5-minute chart, it's just so easy to find where to draw it. And if you were inside of that one program, it would actually snap to the dot. It would auto draw it just like this. And then you have the floor issue of the closing floor is right there. You got to get above that. You got to close above that. So this wick here is why I would never do what those people are doing where they're like, well, wait for it to come back into here and then go to there. Dude, this is the fucking entry right there. I mean, come on. That was fucking... I mean, having limits in there, having the whole thing ready to go, just saying, you know what? Call me when it's below this thing. Let's just get in. Confirmation. What do you think, you're fucking having sex? Like you think you're getting married to the market now? This indicator is just unbelievable. It just gives you the truth of it. That there, if you take this out, there's going to be hell to pay. Now we could still tank here, and I'd probably put another, if I didn't have enough on this trade, I'd just go and hand play some tickets right now. Just buy some here if it comes back. So I wouldn't you know, it's really this position sizing is the thing. If you got enough money in the account, you could be scalping out of stuff where you made $100, so you paid for, if you bought right here and you had a dead cat bounce script in here, you would have scalped right to that on something. And right now, those same scripts, if you put them in this slot back here, which the slot's gone now, but right here, you know, this is where you would have already cashed out on stuff. So the wick is the dream because it is really like, oh gosh, you know, you're just in and out, just it's over. Now I want to re-enter though, so I re-wick it, the chop, you know, the noise. But yeah, AI can write a script. And then I have, so it only launches on this one instrument, and then I have it so it, magic numbers attached to this, so if I wanted to manage this, which I typically just let it go. And then I'm like, okay, what are we doing here on the 15? Are we gonna, the 15-minute trend line looks like this. You know, this is for people with patience. They're gonna draw this one. Just attach it right to that last note and swing high. And that's the trend line. Gotta close above that. So the scalpers will be getting out for the high probability exit or be slamming into this last non-support. And then the big, like, to the moon, all the way back up. If you go to the 1 hour chart, you know, you're all the way back down here again. You're looking for it to go way up in here and start coming after this price. You know, if you think it's done coming down here to raid this area, it's all your perspective, but look at all the money being made between all of this nonsense. Top tick Tommy, bottom tick Bobby. You know, there's people just making money all day long in this shit on the 1 hour chart. They're like, oh yeah, I'll sell it up here. Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'll buy it down here, dump it over here. But, you know, this is the way it is typically. In a big slicing move like this, okay, that's what triggers all the moving averages, like this one here. This 100 period moving average is triggered by that thrust and this thrust here. And all the trend traders are like, yeah, buy on pullbacks. And your magical 100 period moving average pullback, you know, people point to this. Yeah, it's not the best trade in the world, but I guess you made a few pips, you know, bouncing up. But it has no respect for it here, so that argument's bullshit, right? Where's the respect for the 100 period moving average here? It isn't. I just put it on there because people kind of want to see that shit. Actually, it is true that is the trend. It's just that it's so, like, that is the trend, right? It's going down. No shit, Sherlock. So on the daily, people are going to say, yeah, but dude, you're just not using it right. I know. Like everything else, I don't. But yeah, here's your entry. Confirmation down. So it's overbought. It's in the downtrend. Gotcha. Hey, Earl, when was the last time you did that trade? Well, it's been a while because I got clobbered over here doing the same strategy. If you look over here's same fucking rule set. Blow it up. Yeah, that's why nobody's building a fucking Holy Grail bot. Huh. Damn. AI, it's not magic, people. Well, Gartley pattern was supposed to be magic. Look at this 5-minute bro. So this thing's fucking screaming to take out this now. Now it's coming for a revenge tour. A lot of people be getting out here. It won't be me. because I'm in for the fucking long haul of clearing out this whole stairway from hell, making it a stairway to heaven. If I could only get my fingers on these prices and move them myself. Got to break this Tory trend line here. Tory trades trend lines. Does she? First, you got to know how to draw them, I think. All right, let's look at that 5-minute chart. It's going to be 10 minutes after, so there's kind of triggering the 1-minute traders think it's in an uptrend now again. You know what I mean? We could draw a trend line here. The market's so brutal. Just when I thought it was going down, it's going back up. You fuckers. Come here, you. Stop whipsawing me with the prices, would you? I could draw a channel there. We'll project our giant target as we climb out of the hole. Give me that special channel. I'm a technical analyst, dude. Come here, you. Do you know what I am? Who are you? I'm a technical analyst. I know it sounds like you really do need to be a technician to trade, but you don't. I mean, it's just fun to draw trend lines. You know, we're just buying low and selling high. There's nothing. Come on. That 1-minute chart, though. Let me adjust my trend line to the 1-minute chart. The 1-minute chart almost is on highs and lows, though. So this is the trend line to break. I mean, if you're on the 1-minute chart, people always ask about the 1-minute chart. Yeah, this trend line is almost right off the tops. It's very accurate. We have a channel leading to the trend line on the 1 minute. But the real obstacle, the real thing is going to be where people cash out, and then there's going to be right here on this double bottom where all the trend traders jumped on here for that last plunge. Well, so we want to be cashing out on the scalps right in this pocket. Then when it comes back, we could come in with buy limits again. So what I do is, if I still want to buy more right now, I'm going to put my finger on the trigger for my buy limit grid that I just wrote. This thing gets in hard on a 3-pip grid. It doesn't. I'm on a 1-minute chart, and believe it or not, that's 3 pips away. But it's 3, and then I've got trailers on that, so it's actually coming in all the way to retest entry on limits. So when you're trading, when you're scalping around a swing like this, and I really am scalping this, like I'm gonna get out of like 2 standard lots right here just on the scalp, because those 8-pip targets that I did the sniper entry on, buying that last slice of liquidity down there, I'm probably going to start getting out of that any second. Right here, pulled the trigger hard there, and fuck comfort. Now we're at the floor right now. This white line is the floor from the crush below the London session there. So a lot of people be cashing out here. I can understand that, but I think it's going to go zooming up in the end. But yeah, you'll see it back off of this price, you know, and you could be that guy that you're just happy. Like some people say, I just make for 1 hour in the morning, I can make X. Yeah, okay. I'm kind of like getting married to the position, because I don't really, you know, my wife's out back, she's in the backyard. So she's pushing up daisies or something. But so here, you know, I'm looking for this, and then the next big threshold where there's going to be a lot of sellers is this last known swing low right there. And but you know how ferocious the market is that There is so much pressure. And I think crude oil's tanking. So crude oil's on the verge. This is the half-hour crude oil chart. I think that these people are just going to be destroyed here. Look at this. This is the crude oil chart. And this big accumulation thing. It burst out, but you know what? Well, I mean, I think unless this is going to be the next support, I don't know, man. Look at the daily crude oil here. I thought it was doing better, but no, it's got some major issues on this big black line here, and then the last known, it's just got issues. There's no way it's going to make it back to the, I don't see it, but maybe that's something that can happen. Actually, these scripts run over here on crude, believe it or not. These Forex scripts. Maybe not that one. It's too tight. Oh, I'm sorry. This, yeah. No, I think I have, yeah. I need a deep stop for that. Like an 80 pip stop. Here's the 80 pip stop. That's too tight. Too tight for crude. Yeah, that's too... You have to put it right here. Forex script on crude. So I'd buy this thing if it came flying back here. Here's a nice wide 36 pip coverage. 40 pips. This is my biggest one. 50 pip range. So if this thing sliced down here today, they go back up. Okay, so the confirmation traders are getting in now in this pullback because we ricocheted off of this. Didn't quite make it to the floor. Enough people came in on this rooftop here, I think. There's enough sellers there. But the confirmation guys are waiting for it to come back here. All the scalpers have had their fun. Now here comes the conservative traders. If it's going to keep going up. My 1 minute channel is right here. Could still slice down at any moment. Some tweet comes out. Who knows? I didn't really check the channel to see if anybody's even watching, so sorry. I get buried in the chart, so I'm not really paying attention. Nobody's watching but me, so that's safe. People got a life and a day job. Wow, here we go, man, right here. Leaving the station. I think I'm going to do a sniper trigger pull at the market. Here we go. Here we go, man. I'm buying before the rally on the 1 minute chart, getting in early. Confirmation traders are getting in here. I'll buy a couple here too while I'm at it. Diversification. Of course, this move's really big, and this one's going to get you out faster because this moves a lot more pips. It has very dramatic pressure zones to it. Look at that. Look, it's just itching to break this. Can't wait to get above that. But it could still fall through the floor here once again. Because, you know, you got this situation here. Just crack, break down, come all the way back in. Just depends what time frame you're on, how long you want to be in the trade. I mean, a lot of people already scalped out of this. You hit the floor here already in your target. If you bought anything below this, you would have got out here, you know, on something. High probability win. That's the thing about it, you know. And now the sellers are taking it down again, so do you buy more? Sure, why not? Got my finger on the trigger here. Buy one. Wait a little bit. Spread's kind of wide here. Wait for the spread to tighten. Pull the trigger again. So yeah, build a long position here on the 5-minute chart, waiting for markets to open. Pending limits and my finger on the trigger. So you basically are it's a war, they say, you know, trading. You have the minefield of limits and you have your finger on it, your favorite. Get that judge, right? Get that. Waiting for the spread to tighten before you pull the trigger, though, on that market order on the sniper tickets. So waiting for the limits to fill. If they don't fill enough, then just going at the market. So it's a dual accumulation, dual position, building a position in a zone in a trap zone like this. Now the one on the top was very quick and dirty, and that would not take very much time for you to see. This top would probably be something that might get hit, and then you could cash out here where everybody cashed out on the 5-minute chart. You just boom here, and then it ricocheted, and probably people thought, well, that's a real breakout, and they bought here, and they like, wah, it's not a real breakout. I came down, and oh boy, now what? Well, gonna mortgage the car again. We did that already. Okay, I'm gonna go get blood and put some money on this trade. Look, it came all the way back to the fair value starting gate here. A little baby top becoming a bottom on the euro yen. So there's a lot of drama on this one. If you want to do the drama thing that guy was doing, New Zealand versus what is it, the kroner, the Swedish kroner versus the New Zealand dollar, you know, it's a little widespread. So by the time U.S. markets open, I'm trying to crush into this zone here so we can just get out of the thing. But it looks like it's going to tank some more. Look at, that's okay. The spread's still too wide. So this is the patience of it, you know. 5-minute chart here, kind of the setup's happening, you know, this whole thing's you can see the formation on the 5-minute, whereas if you look at the half-hour charts, you know, it's really like, it's invisible for the most part. 15-minute, almost, you can almost see the accumulation, the zigzags down here. So you see the zigzags, you see a perfect triangle, and got to break out on close on that though. Then you got to go after all of these resistance rungs, the higher, the lower highs, and you got to go crush that. But there's plenty of buys and sells in here. I just can't imagine trading one direction, but I do. I'm usually buying, but I am cashing out on something, and I really want to cash out when I see, well, the sellers are coming in here, I better get the fuck out. Like, I know I bought this thing, but holy God, you know, there's gonna be hell to pay here when London here he didn't quite top Tick Tommy here, but here's a nice classic Europe to U.S. bookends engulfment on the top there. Now we're looking for it just to make it to here. I would say this would be where we'd start making money on the scalps. Just make it back to this where it fell through. On the 15, you know, it looks possible the 15. We're only asking it to get this far. Now if it keeps tanking, I definitely have the buy limits in there for that one. 8 hours. So the indicator shows me where to put them. Down here, where it's low. So you have to wait for time to march on here to get the pattern to show up. I think the 5 minutes easier to trade with the support and resistance because it just filters out. Like I can see this triple banger down here where it's a tight triple banger here. And they bust that thing out. The next big target's here for the scalpers, and then for the rinse and repeat trade, it's just going to be, yeah, just come back with buy limits again, you know. This guy was asking me about how to take $500 and turn it to $1,000. Well, you know, if you have your finger on this, this is $5 to make $9. 15 to make 30. If you place that ticket down here and you know that this is a 25 pip grid on this thing, you really can't see the grid unless you zoom out. But so these hash marks are 25 pips, so you know if you want to make 25 pips, it's going to have to happen in this little, it's not that big a range. Here's the first 10 pips, right? So you can pick any grid size you want. So you see the 25 pip grid here and where you're at in the landscape of stuff. So you see if you had done this trade down here on this one particular day, you could have made a lot of money because oh geez, I must fucked up the chart there. I was going for a particular tool there and I screwed it up. This box here, if you would have bought here, this is a 50 pip window, and you could have just cashed out at the top of that, or you could have let it go until it took all the way to here. Now, certainly, that is an amazing swing trade. Here it is on the 1 hour chart. So it's basically all it entails is buying that plunge with not the perfect amount of if you put 200 tickets in that window, and some are going to make 8 pips and some are going to make 20 pips and some are going to make 25, 35. On the 5s you're getting out. It's just math. Now this one, if you hand place tickets up here, you still have to wait like 2 days of just chopping before it comes all the way smashing back to here, which probably was unbelievable to the people that thought that this somehow was the trend, this 100 period moving average, and that they got in here and they're holding, and then when it just cracks through that 100, there's actually some people that sell there. Oh, look at, like that's their trend line. It is a trend line. It's a 100 period moving average. It might as well be a trend line. Or people will show stuff like this. Look, this is where it turned. That wick came right into the... Like, dude, do you think the Earth's flat too? Killing me. Bottom of the hour is coming here in about 2 minutes, so there should be hell to pay. It looks like gold's on a fucking revenge tour to go north here and just stop hunt every goober that sold it here. It's at 4,000. I expect it to go up about $1,000 at least. Think about it. This is $4,200 an ounce right here at the top of this pyramid. And the brutal smash down beneath this price. Huge buyer's delight. 3,900. So I think that's the that is the zipper to pull and rip. That's the rip. Man, look at that thing. Good God. Remember when gold was at... Do you remember when gold was at 4,500? Look at this big fat... Oof. 45.36. People were buying. Don't forget the people that bought here. Bless their heart. The people that bought this pullback. Remember this raid? Wow. They made out like a bandit. This guy is the guy that got butt hurt. He bought here. I bet he had a trend line going on that. Well, everybody's got a trend line. Self-fulfilling prophecy. The fuck out of here, you flat earth fuck out. Broke my trend line right there. We do have a lot of pressure on this big wedge in gold. I don't know, it's just too many people on this train, you know. Look at this gold chart. Jesus Christ. It's a 4-hour chart. Oof. I'm still getting a pullback on that euro. Still pulling back. Yeah, something's got to give. Look at this beautiful buy, sniper buy right here. You gotta have your gun right next to you in these markets. You know, that's the problem. You babysit these markets. Like, you turn your back, you're like, the fucker just took off without me. So if I buy at the market, I always put limits in because I'm usually wrong. That's why trading at the market's really for suckers. But you gotta put a couple in there. A couple high risk trades. That's high risk trading at the market. It's not really planned out, you know. It did come back to my 100 period moving average though. You know how much money I made trading the 100 pyramid? Look at this beautiful setup on the 100. Head and shoulders right on the 100. Does it get any better than that? No, until it doesn't. I love how people point that shit out. You see how it works? You just don't know how to use it. Okay, show me. Okay. Well, then tell me about this one back here. You sold right here, right? Because it was up against your 100. And then you put a stop up here because you said, well, you know, I got to put a stop somewhere. Right? I'll just put it up here. This is good, right? How'd that trade go? Yeah, I always did wonder why when it just wicks up here, you're like, wow, can I sell here? Only with a pending order, unless you're going to babysit it, like with 5 mounds of, you know, Scarface rated cocaine in front of you. This pound's ready to pop. They've had it. The world's had it with these fucking towel heads. Look at this thing. War is good for these currencies. Look at this thing. Yeah, that pound's gonna bust through all that shit. They finally got their fucking act together over there. When were those Brits ever gonna wake up? I did wonder. These people are just Too much chill. Bitcoin's ready for a rally too. Everybody's had enough. Making new highs here on the 1 minute euro. Cashing out. So this is the infamous barrier, is to get above that hole that we fell through. And it will definitely be sellers there in this pocket, but I'm cashing out, and then I can reload on limits again as the market goes up. So I just hand place some right now, anticipating a possible pullback again. It seems like they're never done pulling it back. You know, especially when you're in the trade. I don't know about you, but I'm like, here's my view of the market. Are these people fucking retarded? Why are they running it up and down? Can't they see that we're going up in the end? Do we have to keep coming back to here? It's like my ex-wife. Oh, honey, I forgot. I left the fucking stove on. Really? We're 1,000 miles from home. We gotta go all the way back there? Well, you don't want to burn down the house, do you? I guess not. Let's go back. Fuck me. Oh my God. Five-minute trend line got broken. They broke it hard. What about this 15? Can they break the 15? They broke that. Yeah, half-hour trend line is going to break too. The nice thing about trend line on close is it's always the same. Doesn't change. You broke it. You broke it, you buy it. It's a beautiful thing. All right, 827. We're holding on to 4 standard lots. This demo account I'm running, oh my God, $1.2 million in this thing. Let's get to the amount. We should be up about $800 right now. Easily up $800. Oh, there was flash by me. Up 320. I'm too greedy. We're in a $1.5 million position approximately. A little bit less, but 1.4 of euro, yen, euro, pound. Pound to the dollar. Wide view. Here's the gold market. Ready for a fucking tremendous pouncing short squeeze to clear out all this fucking shit. Waiting for the everybody to join the parade against the dollar here on this week in July. Let's clean up all the charts. Start fresh. Beginner's mind. I'm waiting for this fucking yen to crack. I'm gonna go to the 1 hour charts on everybody. Look at the pressure on that 1 hour. I zoomed out to make it dramatic. So the zoom out really is a nice compression, a way to really look at these things on this chart here. Look at this guppy. Oh my God. Max zoom out on the 1 hour chart. Good God. So actually the euro has not broke out of this triangle. Neither has the euro to the yen. It's kind of, well, this is actually very bullish. I don't know that the Japanese people, they just don't care about their currency. So I don't know. It's constantly getting clobbered here. It's like, yeah, let it go. Hey, let's better exports, you know. I don't blame them. Bitcoin's on a tear. I put that grid on there so I could read my entries and take it off. It's too intense. Well, this one hasn't left the station yet, so everybody else is screaming north here. This is totally crushed. I'm looking for this NASDAQ to really come busting north into this last known support. You know, severely bullish open. It's always the volatility that gets people. Quite a buy here if you're buying under this wick here. You're up on every trade. Like I said, when I looked at Friday's close and when I looked at the weekly close, I said, I hope you're buying this thing. I wouldn't want to be short. Look at this monthly NASDAQ. Holy God. You could just keep going. You could go to 30. It's nuts, dude. This is like when Bitcoin and gold were. So people keep thinking that the market's going to crash, but I'm sorry, it's just not. Well, it might temporarily for a day, but there's just too much on this thing, man. There's too much on it. It's the second where there's really dumb people and really smart people. It's the widest spread in history. Or supposedly dumb people, maybe they're just emotionally over-involved. They can't think straight because they're hysterical. But it's the biggest divide I've ever seen. Equalization. Yeah, so gold's really got a lot of, there's a lot of pressure there. You can really see the sector rotation if you look at this chart, though, man. The way people go in and out of this stuff. That yen can't get a break, though. They keep beating the shit out of that poor thing. Don't those people care anymore about their own world? I don't know. I'm glad nobody watches my channel. I gotta tell you, a lot less pressure. This is the monthly chart. I should zoom out to the 1 hour. That's not fair. 1 hour chart, yeah. God, that is crazy, man. Yeah, gold looks like it's going to take off like a rocket. Hope we're cashing out of this thing. Zoom into the euro. Well, we cleared that. We're starting to engulf past this. This was the big obstacle, so now there's more chance to go hyperbolically ballistic to the upside and come after this slot. So we'd be cashing out of there on a lot of scalps, and here definitely, but I'm so bullish. I really think by the end of the week we could take out the high of last week. But I'm in for the scalp. We took about 50K. We took about 20K off the table. Another big pullback coming now. A lot of sellers were up there. Big resistance. I say buy more. So I got to get a where I can put these things in. So you put these in 1/10 of a pip apart. I maybe have to have the script rewritten to right now the script's written in pips, so like 30 pips. Not 3.5, because right here it really is a matter of half a pip. It's so funny. You can put a 10K in a 1 pip window here without repeating the entry price, which does matter if you drill down on these charts. Look at this one. This is the 1 minute sniper entry. Pull the trigger right there. But if that spread tightens up and it comes back into these tickets and they're only looking to make 2 or 3 pips, you know, the cluster of them, 20K in there, it's still money. 10 seconds to the 15-minute chart closes. Here's a 15-minute chart. So we could pull back into this. Come back into this candle all over again. So, you know, this is how when the market's open, you could do these trades. You know, probably wouldn't get filled on this stuff. But these are 8-hour tickets, so you could walk away and go wherever you're going to go, because this was the great place to get in. It doesn't mean you can't come back down there and retap that, or even go below here. So always count on the market going lower than you think, because you want to buy down here too. So if I hand place tickets down here, you have to make it hard to trade, I suppose, if it's too easy. But definitely putting buy limits here for the rest of the day is no problem to me. There's enough money in this account. This demo account, it's got 66 grand in it. I made $15,000 in one day on the NASDAQ, and so that's why there's so much money in the account. But in the Forex here, I can stack all these tickets in and just say to myself, I've seen this wick down before. I've seen this go before stocks open. This come all the way back to the starting gate here and then go up. So plan on it. There was plenty of sellers that came in and cashed out for the scalp and already went home right here when we hit this thing. Right here's the top. This is the new resistance. That's supposed to be resistance though, and I could easily see it coming down 5 more pips, 7 more pips. So putting these little tickets in, the guy that's asking me again about the how to make $500, how to get to 1,000 with 500. I'd say with these little baby tickets here, I mean, this might even be too wide of a stop. But if you're just putting in, if the expiration here was 1 hour on these tickets, it's going to be hard for you to blow it up. And you're really buying where all the professional traders are buying. Every now and then you could buy at the market. So right now I'd buy at the market because I'm like, yeah, looks like we're leaving the station. But don't buy, just buy 10% at the market and 90% on limits, because it's probably coming back here. Now this, I used to run this all the time. This is a 4-hour expiration on this ticket. To make 12 pips, this is my favorite script of all time, because it is so 22 to make 12, and it's 4 hours, so I'd put it right here. I go to sleep or something. It's $15 to make $7. but the probabilities are very high. Here's 22 to make 22, so I put this deeper. I just walk away. And just know 4 hours from now, yeah, I can see that. And that if its stocks are going to open in 4 hours, I would know that it's there for the opening of the stock market, where they typically do, not every time, but they'll bid it down just before stocks open. I feel like doing a sniper trigger pull here. 8 pips. I got a slightly better price. So we've gone both ways on that euro today. Everybody's had their fun from the top to the bottom. Now we're waiting for 8:30 in the morning, and it's going to turn orange here. So go back to the last known orange spot on the chart. So we're above the last known. 8 o'clock in the morning. We're still holding above this too. So we're in the fair value window. We're above this, and we're in the middle of this road here. So spending a lot of time accumulating, I suppose. At least I did. In this right in the middle of the slot. And so there's a lot of above and below that, you know. It's like she loves me not. How long are we going to tread water before we actually keep going up? So I go to the 30-minute chart, and I'm looking at the pressure here. That this slot here is itching to get filled, at least for the scalps, I think. Of course, I'm always bullish, so it's a big bias. And this is the other buy zone. And that big pivot, or that big I guess it's a pivot. I don't know what you call it. This bottom here, that fake breakout trap. So you got to crawl out of that, go up, come back, go up. You know how it is. It's a very zigzaggy ride. A 15-minute chart. It's all about perspective, how you see the market, what typically happens. There's so many trades in there. I just can't imagine a robot ever being able to compete with a human being that has a view of a market structure. It's just not possible. The quants, what a joke. Well, what do the hedge funds trade? Dude, they're pulling the trigger. It takes them fucking 6 months to get into the trade. They're like, it looks like it crossed over the 100 MA. The hedge fund's like looking at this going, yeah, we're along, because look at this thing, you know, but look at this pullback. How do you explain that? Well, we don't want to talk about that. 5-minute chart, we just pulled back. 10-minute pullback on the 5. It's creeper gear after that big slam down. It's kind of like it drifts, slams, then drifts up. Slow recovery, you know, it's been hospitalized here by the sell-off. It's crawling out of the... Here's a supply zone. That's where smart money get in. But see, men never come back to the smart money, so the dumb... Here's a cute little top become a bottom right here. Look at that. And that 5-minute. Hey, they're filling my buy limits I put in there. Well, I'll be I just added to that position there. This full-time job trading this shit. Fucking got tendonitis in my mouse hand. I want to just keep buying that pullback on limits. Then, if it closes down in the next 5 minutes before 7 o'clock, I will buy at the market. So 1 minute, 10 seconds, I'm possibly going to pull the trigger here. But I said I already pulled the trigger enough, and it's this very dynamic sizing I'm using. I'm in seriously big now. I would say about 20% of this position scalps. Like if this thing goes rocketing up like 10 pips, forget about it. It's finding support on the 1 minute chart at the 100 period moving average works great on the 1 minute chart. It's slow enough for a 1 minute chart. All right, we got to crush this black line on the 1 minute, and you got 5 minutes and 5 seconds to go busting up without coming back here. I'm going to take this out and just berserkoid into this line. And we have rip your face off rally coming now into 7 p.m. 7 a.m. Fuck. One minute chart, euro versus the dollar. Let's go to the big picture. Gold looks like it's making a move. Itching to bust out. Stocks are itching to go. At some point, this dollar yen's gonna tank so fucking hard. It's like we're waiting for it to crack. Release the Kraken. Shit. Batteries run out. Please hold. Your call is very important to us. We know our service sucks. Press 9 if you think our service sucks. Speak so we can detect your preferred language. Why don't they have that? If this AI is so good. Oh, it's Talk Like a Pirate Day. Yes, sir. We can help you. 1 minute euro. Waiting for this thing to snap here. Looks like the guppy's on the way up. The pound's on the way up. This is a mess. Even Bitcoin's ready to go. Go north. I don't know, man. I really think crude oil could tank today. But it looks like it wants to go up there. I mean, it's pulled back, so. Yeah. Stocks go up, oil goes down. Two minutes left before 7 p.m. I mean 7 a.m. Is there a difference? Everybody's getting all squirrely now. Possible sell-off here. I can buy some more on limits. 1 minute chart. I got some more on limits there. So I actually bought more now. Back to the $3,000 of margin at 500 to 1 leverage. Basically. Seconds left. Ooh, nice crush. Just bought more. Wow. Automatically. Well, there you go. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, so... Came all the way back to here on that 1 minute chart. So on the 5 minute chart, it came after this. Right here is the entry. So right there is 7 o'clock in the morning. Right here, when it just comes back and to the starting gate of this chart. So I've already bought so much. I'm gonna let it go now. Try to make $1,000 here before stocks open. Is crude oil gonna tank now? Here's where it could turn right now. Stocks go up. Pound euro goes up. Crude oil goes down. Gold goes up. But yeah, they would just crush that crude today and take it to 79. Blow everybody's brains out. Take it all the way past U.S. session. Take crude all the way down to here. That works for me. I just want to go to the gas station. Actually, I'm kind of cheering for it selling off. I'm definitely a oil bear. Gotta take out this high. So that 1 minute chart, this is why it's such a big deal. That is 7 in the morning right there. So we're 2 minutes in. So that is a pullback from that big obstacle earlier. kind of actually cut through that. This is the big obstacle. So it ricocheted here. People cashed out. Buyers came back in, ran it up. But it was about this. There used to be a line there. Then there was this. So it's always this kind of edge to edge. And then after about 20 of those, it makes a 5-bar clean move. So that's just how it is, you know. Like if you can afford to, patience-wise, to accumulate during this whole phase here and just keep buying every time it sells off on this 1-minute chart and hold that with your target being, well, at least you've been hopefully cashing out on every time it's smashing against the floor on something, and then finally takes off. 1-minute chart, euro dollar. Go with half-hour chart. Or 30-minute chart, some people like to say. Look at this thing, it's tanking again. Coming all the way back to that 7. So this is only 5 minutes has gone by. 5 minutes after the top of the hour, came all the way back. That's how it is. It's just so ridiculous. Probably go lower now. Like the typical scenarios, you bid this all the way down until stocks open. Like all the way to here or something. I don't know if we can get down here again, but could certainly get to here again. We could buy more now. Plus all the confirmation traders are going to buy here. But this is the 50% pullback or whatever. So 6 minutes after the 1-minute traders and the 5-minute traders, here's a 5-minute chart. That's the wick that gets everybody right there. So we bought some more on limits, I think, maybe, possibly right there. Let's take a look. Bought just about 20K or something there. Just added to the whole thing. I suppose that's your confirmation entry. Makes a rally by the pullback. It's almost a Fibonacci pullback. Right about 618 in that box. You just don't know how to use it. Minutes after. Could still keep tanking into stocks. 50-minute chart. Buy down here again. Last chance sale. Minutes after. Looks like a sniper entry in the 1 minute. Okay, we just bought a bunch more at the market there. Another 40K or something. The Nasdaq's going after this stuff today. I think it's going up. Yeah, stocks are going to go berserk to the upside. It's crazy. Markets are nuts. So much volatility. Even on stuff you wouldn't think would move. Everything's moving. When's the intervention coming? They seem to intervene like randomly. Now Now the dollar yen is quite the drama, isn't it? Look at that thing. It just won't stop. Hitting a 40-year high, you know, it's kind of it's kind of out there, isn't it? Holy shit. Got a triangle up here at the very top. Oh, here comes the euro. All right, guys. We got some big short squeeze to get going here. Is there news coming out? It's quarter after. Here comes the 15-minute chart. Boom. Updated the 15. That was the pullback. What about this yen? Gosh, man, it's going to be crazy. There's plenty of chances to get into that trade. Stocks are going to take out the highs from U.S. session right now from Friday or last night. That's Friday. Friday's high, already took it out. Crude oil's taking off. Man. Look at that. Yeah, it just keeps on keeping on. Yeah, this is the last ladder to be taken. This is the 1 minute dollar yen. I put sell limits up there. So I have no problem. Can't really see the tickets. I have the tickets turned down so, like you barely see them, but there's sells up here. Here's a market buy. A little late, but euro looks like it's going to have a rally from here. We're leaving the triangle behind. We're finally scalping out of this thing. They got it so big. $3,300 a margin. Trying to make $3,300. The 20 pips. That's what I figure. 20 pips. Should be able to make the margin amount. Creeper gear retracement. Wow. It's like watching paint dry. Is it dry yet? Let me check. No, it's still wet. Yeah, the more you check, the worse it gets because you're moving around, creating a bunch of humidity. Got a lot of targets in this olive window. Is there any news coming out? Not much, right? There's nothing. Doesn't look like anything's happening. Yeah, you stop buying it. I mean, the yen is just, if you look back at the whole chart, it is just it's like some bizarre stock. It's like Ford Motor Company. You ever seen that stock? It's a fucking mess. I mean, it just wicks out of nowhere. I was trading it recently, and all of a sudden, I'm either stopped out or I just made money on something and just did it blink of an eye, just randomly. It's not the top of the hour, nothing in no news events, just all of a sudden. So you can see those wicks if you look back the last couple months. 300 pip wick that lasted about, I don't know, 2 minutes. So if you have stops, you're stopped out. If you don't, it could possibly destroy you. Okay, looks like I gotta fix my clock. 10 o'clock in the morning. Leading index. It's nothing. Canadian news at 8:30 should be a kind of trigger, I suppose, people. Consumer price index out of Canada at 8:30. All right, it's 5 minutes before the bottom of the hour. I'm expecting a rally now on the euro dollar. Go to the 15-minute chart. That way we can see the session from yesterday. Yep. All right. Well, it's I gotta hit my next bank of targets here, which is this olive band. We have to punch up here, cash out of that. Pull back a little bit, hopefully not too much, and then just keep storming north so we can get out of this giant swing trade. The mother of all swing trades here. So I got in way down here, but I'm gonna I added here on these two plunges, and then last night's plunge was insane. Fell out of bed last night. Had to buy that. And scalped a little bit. But this is 25 pips, this window. So it's a euro dollar. It's a 25 pip window we could go crushing into. And right now we're stuck in a 25 pip consolidation. If you believe it's going to keep going up. So we're coming back to that big obstacle again. Kind of fell underneath it. So you actually could have bought more, because there was a chance there when it fell off of that high. It fell back for this last chance to board the train. Here's the next exit on close. Need a better color for this. That's my next target. I just got so many cash outs in there just to make 8 pips, and if we take out this high from this morning, then I'll be out of a lot. Should make money on this. 10 seconds till the bottom of the hour. There'll be some frantic stuff here. We got a half hour till Canadian news. I mean, a 1 hour clean till Canadian news. I guess I should put the Canadian dollar up, but I really don't trade it because the spread's too wide. And it's kind of spastic. Well, here we go. That didn't take long. What's that about? Did somebody say something? Did somebody tweet something? Well, at least I'm out of that trade. Where are we at? Oh, jeez. Yeah, somebody... Oh, look at crude oil. There you go. So, beautiful. Yeah. There goes the gold. Really? Yeah, gold's got a big fucking hill to climb. Did somebody tweet something? It's kind of... I don't have... like, I just look at Forex Factory. The yen could definitely start tanking right now. Let's get a wider zoom here. I'll go to the 1 hour chart. Look at crude. Wow. Oof. They're gonna clean its clock down to $78 a barrel. Boy, they're itching to crush this thing. Look at this. Oh my god. Yeah, somebody's coming in heavy. It's fucking over. Look at stocks taking off. Oh, there you go. It's New York just like I pictured it. Wow. Even Bitcoin's excited. Look at Bitcoin. It's going after those gold. Oh my god. Oil down, stocks up hard. So it's kind of really tough to trade because see how out of nowhere that just happened? Like just out of nowhere, all of a sudden everybody's freaking out. Here's my exit. I said my exit was here, so we're already cashing out into that exit. That didn't take long. Oh God. Keep going. Wow. Does anybody know what the news is that's causing the drama? How much are we getting out of here? Well, we took about 300 margin off the table. Boy, that looks like a crush on that yen any second now. What is going on? Look at the Bitcoin is ripping into these resistance. Wow, this is crazy town. Crude's falling below 80 now. Wow. Never a dull moment. Well, there's a lot of dull moments when I'm talking about sitting there waiting for this drama to finally kick in. On a Monday morning. That's most people have their heart attack. Wake up and look at their portfolio. Holy God, Jesus. Let me see. Somebody tweeted something. Right? No? I see nothing. I know nothing. I'm just looking at this indicator that I have that just looks at the last known low. Yeah, I don't do the pivot thing because it just doesn't. So here I can just go to the 4-hour chart and be like, zoom out and say, yeah, there's a lot of resistance up here. I don't know. It depends how you're treating the chart, really. For me, I'm looking at that 15-minute chart. I mean, it's just trying to make money on the 15, you know. Look at all this money. It just fucking comes down below this double bottom, scalp it. You know, sell this. Like I said, if you're into selling, good sell. But are you still holding that sell? I hope not, because a lot of buyers here. Now we do want this to crush through and just, like, I'm super bullish on the euro. I think it's just totally going to go to here, you know. Like I thought, well, actually we did go there. And then we came underneath here and we spent all this time accumulating. I can believe we can make it. You have to be a true believer, but you have to make it back to here, right? And I want to get to this price so I can cash out and come back in with buy limits. I'm always looking for the next trade. I guess I'm thinking about if we could cash out to here, I would come, you know, just come refresh and buy the pullback. So everybody scalped this already. So you could have done the same trade on the yen here. I wasn't going to do it because I'm too wrapped into the other trade. But you dropped the buy limit rack here and scalped that wick. But it doesn't mean it can't keep tanking now, right? So we've seen this yen where, oh, that was a nice trade. This is a buying opportunity. And then it just turns around like this looks like, oh, the best buy in the world, right? Pullback, wick. But then when it starts to take out this staircase, forget it. It's going to be a bloodbath. And so it could just keep melting down all day. Not that you couldn't buy the bounces here, but you have to be so nimble, so ready to just take and trade big enough to make it worth your while. I suppose all that stuff has to come together. Look at the daily chart, man. This thing's got a long way to fall. I don't want to take the tip that off. Stocks are just pouncing on this, coming after this supply zone here. Crush into that and then pull back out. Bunch of sellers up in that thing. People are already short on the top of this wick, I'm sure. All the sellers. They already got in. But yeah, this is the big buying opportunity for the hedge funds. Smart money getting down here, and you know, and take out that low from like fucking 8 days ago. Look at that thing bust through that window. It just cuts through that so hard, so fast. The wheels are coming off this train, man. I don't know what the hell's going on with these people. The yen could start tanking now. There's a buying opportunity pullback on the euro a little bit. Crude oil just about to go below 80 here. I got buy limits on here. I'm actually using the super wide Forex tickets to run on the crude oil here. It's actually working a little bit here. Tight stops. Buy the crude oil when it drops here. Here's 80 pip stops. This might make it. And the euro's on a tear again. Man, nobody makes euros sit in the corner. Look at crude. This is the biggest buying scalp right here is buying these, the supply over here. Wow. Actually, just buying this little nick of a wick on crude here isn't a bad entry. Just touched the session from last Friday. That Bitcoin's on a tear again. Look at it. Oh my God. That dollar's fucked. Drop the price of gas, please. Okay. Yeah, the only price level that matters is the last one that's been crushed. You know, it's funny how that is. It just constantly, like I said, there's this guy out there that's been trading for Forex a long time, and he puts a horizontal line on the chart that goes back to fucking 5 years back, and he goes, see, this is an important price. Not anymore, dude. The only price that matters, because we live in the now. And now matters, and the price, the last 3 days matter. But if you're coming up on a 40-year high in the dollar yen, yeah, it matters. But that's not a pivot buried in the middle of fair value. That's a new price we've never seen before. There is no reference for that. And how are these people making money, if they even are, is because they have good money management. There was this guy I used to make fun of. His channel was called the Forex Hangout. And he's a guy that, conservative thinking guy. And he would buy, like he's waiting to buy the euro right now. He wants to see it go up more. And then he's going to buy a little bit. And I watched him trade, and everybody watched him trade and make fun of him, I'd say, you know, like, really? But he would get out. He would get out early. Like, if he was, like, he had a stop in his mind. I don't think he traded with a stop. But he could accept losing a little bit. I can't. Like, so for me, I'm a very stubborn. It's been very difficult for me to make. In the swing trade, I'm very committed. And I watched him trade, and I just thought, I guess nobody trades like anybody else. And it was painful to watch him because, and then one day I was in the chat and I said, can you put a buy limit? I wanted him to see what it felt like to get filled on a buy limit. Put a buy limit down there. And it came near his buy limit, but it didn't fill it. He goes, well, I guess that doesn't work. And I wanted to see if he could do it, but like so, look at that, crude keeps tanking. Love it. Goodbye, crude oil. The Wicked Witch is dead. Oil for everyone. Let's have a Mazzola party tonight. Get out the Visqueen. That crude oil, man. Look at that thing pulling back deep. Let's put everybody on the 1 hour chart. Pull back on the guppy. Yeah, that poor yen. Oh boy, this is just too much. Nothing but that stock market is screaming north into this supply zone. Just before cash opens, I'm sure it's going to be popping in there. Get a load of this gold chart. Does this thing got some work to do on the north side? That's the 4-hour zoomed out gold chart. This thing could just bust and take out like 2 weeks of highs today. Or this week. Just go hard north. Should I buy some at the market here on the dollar? The euro dollar's pulling back. We'll buy a little bit more. It's going to take some more. Right after I buy this, I'm going to put some buy limits back in there again. Like I said, it's never done pulling back, it seems. Somebody bought the crude oil there. So that was definitely the nice scalp, buying it just below the low of U.S. market. Just for that scalp. I don't know if it keeps tanking, but maybe this is the big buy for crude oil for the rest of the week, you know. It could go either way. I'd cash out here though if I bought, take something off. I don't know if I got filled in those tickets or not. Stop is probably too tight because it's really a Forex ticket. To buy this on a drop. Minutes before top of the hour, 8 o'clock. So the news is coming out here. 40 minutes for the Canadians after they just fucking scorched my lungs with their fucking burnt forest. I guess that somebody told me the truckers started the fire, but 5-minute euro chart. Yeah, so what I did was I used to have an indicator that had, I'm sure you've seen the sessions indicator where it has like, here starts London, European session, Asian session. But it's typically a box, and I asked AI to give me a color color the bars for the sessions, and it did, but it colored the actual bars, which I found to be way better. So here I have the chart. It's so in the half-hour chart you can see all the sessions. So the end of this fire brick color is 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then the black for 4 hours until here at 7 p.m. It changes to gray. Then at 2 a.m. it goes Dodger blue until 3 a.m. when London opens. Then all the way until 8:30 it's going to go orange. Until 9:30 and stocks open it's going to go red. Then it goes back to fire brick. And then again it's close of day here on Friday. So, if you're trying to time your trades, that kind of thing. Or just say I'm just going to dump everything at 4 p.m. I can see the closing price here. So I actually I've traded line charts for a long time. And I found a line dot chart out there once, and I thought, oh, that's perfect because I can actually see that went up for 90 minutes up here, right? 90 minutes up. And I can see what it did there and what it's doing. And then I have a current price, which is a big ball. And then I told AI yesterday, I said, well, draw me all these support and resistance into the future. And then I also have this other one that somebody wrote for me, but I had AI modify it. Is this big black line up here is actually all the resistance looking back very far, very far, all the way to the back. So this slot here is the liquidity or the supply or what do you want to call it. So depending on what kind of trader you are, like if you're going to trade the 1 minute chart, you can see all the pressure building up here. This is all the stops to be hunted from the bears, so to speak, and this is all the bull stops stacking up, or just the compression of the market. And then I put the 100 period linear weighted moving average on there just because I know people like to see it, and it's cute, right? You can claim that there's a buy here. Although it failed here, so I don't know. That's kind of a silly argument. But like it is kind of the general trend is, well, I'm bullish all the time, I think, on everything. But like if you go to the daily chart, or if you go to this chart, which is kind of a 1 hour view of my swing trade is basically trying to cash out here and cash out at top tick Tommy. And everything here has been kind of I'm waiting to get paid on my swing trade, but this is scalpable. That's a 25 pip window. I put a 25 pip grid on here so I can keep track, and that's why I used to lose a lot of money because I didn't know. I like the pattern of the trade, but I didn't realize that if you're going to trade a different instrument, it's going to be maybe 4 times the amount of pips you're going to have for the stop. And I didn't trade with stops back then. The count was the stop. And so I was like, I made a lot of money on that euro yen. I don't know why. Yeah, it moves a lot bigger. So the 25 pip grid lets me see, oh, well, could I, because my trade plans are based around, like, I'm trying to make 50 pips. So if the market's too big, then I know I can't. I'd have to have a 50 pip stop. I'd run a 75 pip stop if I think it's a swing trade. Like if I look at it and go, holy shit, like it's going down so fast, so hard, I'm going to buy it now because it looks temporary. And that's the only time I would use that stop. And I'd say, well, that's going to be, it'll retrace later, but I want to get something in here now. But trading with a 75 pip stop, risking $7.50 or $8 or something on a trade is, that's a lot because I'm trading micro lots typically, unless it's a scalp. I'll trade a 2 or 3K, but it's really like, in other words, I would do it on this chart right now on this this chart right here, I'd buy at the market. So I actually have a ticket for that. I can buy at the market right there with a 15 pip stop to make 8 pips. So yeah, I've been trading a long time, and when I got into MT4, I noticed that, well, the one-click trading, I thought, well, that's perfect, instant gratification. And then the pending order thing, I thought, oh, you can trade on. I actually got sell limits up here on this yen. So trading on the pendings is the key here, and then. But I do like seeing all this is crude oil. I like seeing all that support and resistance stacking up in there into the future, so I don't have to draw anything really unless I want. I can delete all these objects off of here and just see a snapshot really easy of here's a 15-minute chart. So you could have scalped that. And here's the thing, if you have a scalp built into that, you could have scalped that and still be holding and buy here again. So it just keeps on coming back to the starting gate, waiting for the Canadian news. And does it plunge through this floor and take out all these supports and just keep tanking? Taking out the lower lows, so to speak. Or does it rip up and complete to the top? And all this dicking around here is a lot of people betting either way, stepping in and out of it. It's a 5-minute chart. So it looks like it could tank, it could go up. I mean, right here, like, I've seen markets just crush right through that. If the news is a certain way or something. But yeah, this thing fell out of bed here. So my trading style is to try to buy here. But since I'm a very aggressive trader, I usually start buying here, and I put in these giant grid orders like this. But since I've gotten AI to customize these, now these are the old ones I have where I can drop them. I know exactly what the risk is for that whole trade bank. Look at this thing pull back here. Buy some more. Like I said, it's never done pulling back, it seems. Like if it's really going up, like just taking it all the way back here again. Buying with a 15 pip stop here. It's kind of like very wide stop for this currency pair. Buying 2Ks right now. 8 pips target. One more pop down. They're popping that support level. So yeah, they just keep coming back into this. It's a very fast move, so a real sniper entry here. I'm just loading up at the buying 2Ks at the market right now. So they just had it nick that wick there. So these are really fast down hard moves into that wick, and that's to me the entry. That new low. So I kept buying that. I just kept pulling the trigger on that one. How much did I buy on that? Yeah, I bought a lot. So back to $3,100, almost $3,100 and change of margin here. Getting in on limits now. A couple left behind, I suppose. Or maybe I got stopped out. Okay, now we're once again. So I've seen this before. The news comes out, just up and down and up and down, and then finally there'll be a resolution, one direction or the other. But yeah, this is tradable area here. Something's going on behind the scenes there. I don't know what it is. I can't see all the charts. I just saw something get filled or stopped out. Probably this guppy. I got stopped out. Probably getting fills here on this. I put buy limits on the euro. So the yen is definitely moved around there. Yeah, I'm getting filled on limits I put in at the bottom. And the Bitcoin is just about to take out the high of Asia. So now it's 8 o'clock. Dead on 8 o'clock. We got half hour till news. So to go to look at this half hour chart, looks like it's going to keep tanking. There's a 1 minute chart again, all the way back. Amazing. So 5 minute chart, ready to pull the trigger here on a market order. If it doesn't fill my limits, I'll buy some here. I just keep backing up the train. Waiting for news and then stocks, so. Wow. Amazing. Start buying now. That's 8:01. So the next 5, I'm going to buy here in this right after the top of the hour. Try to make 8 pips. 15 pips stop. Dollar yen. I mean euro to the dollar. Yeah, it's just so, there's so many trades in here, it's ridiculous. I'll buy a new lows there. Got filled on limits finally. Coming all the way back to the starting gate. Well, of course, right? Maybe you're going to blow it out. Take out the low of the previous day here. Wow. That news must be pretty big deal. But so this is the hardest thing to do, is buy below here, but this is where you really got to get in, is right here below this wick. Buy a little bit more at the market here. "25 minutes till news" here about, so okay, I'm gonna stop buying. Let's see how many I bought. Wow, $3,500 of margin, so we should be able to make $3,500. 20 pip move up. So this is the big slot to buy. Crude oil made a big comeback there of about $1, $2 off of that. So, you can scalp that, but, you can still be holding if you bought everything below here, or, if you ideally bought everything below here. This wick is the sniper entry or the edge of the market, But then the seller's probably going to come into crude now. Stocks pulled back. If stocks go up here, then maybe crude keeps tanking and the pound and the euro go up. You got to buy here. Buy at the market here. Buy euro versus yen. Let's see what we get. News is coming out. Down 300, waiting to be up about $2,000 here in the blink of an eye. So we're going to try to take out this stairway of resistance on the 5-minute euro dollar. Just take that out like a zipper. Boy, I put a lot of sell limits on this dollar yen here. See what happens. Wow. Yeah, when that stuff goes up like that, once you go into that historical zones, it can just keep going like and never look back. Hard to believe, but it does happen. The euro's going to start tanking again. No? Very rangy. This is a great place to sell dollar yen up here. From here and all the way up. She's tanking again. Let's put all my buy limits down here now. Still waiting for that Canadian news to come out. Wow. Let's look another buy at the market. Make my 8 pips. She's itching the tank right here. Go to my buy limits and buy more. It's 10 minutes after 8 o'clock. 20 minutes till news. There she goes down the tubes. Buy at the market. Coming up on the low of the week, the low yesterday. There's a giant abyss down here. All the way back to Asian prices. Buy at the market. This better be good news coming out. Just went lower. Just nicked that wick. Start buying that. Buy the crush. $15-minute short's gonna update. So I just bought like, oh my god, so much more. I can't even tell you. Let's see how much I bought there. I bought five standard lots there. I bought yeah, 500K more. Okay, I just did my last buy there. I think I bought another 200K. $4,500 of margin now. Long the euro dollar in this trap, buying into this. Well, that took a while to walk that down. Dollar yen struggling. Looking for a sell-off there. One minute. So this chart lets you go way back to go to the 1 minute chart. You can see these lows from the previous session. So the 1 minute chart puts some resolution on it. It's picking up lows from way back in there that I can't see. Giving that euro a haircut. It's like 10 minutes till news. I just bought more. There's a 5 minute euro dollar. Just keeps coming down. We're buying the whole way in here with a 15 pip stop. 5 minutes till the amazing news. I'm buying more before news. I think I'm going to go for like $5,000 of margin on this account. Crude oil's coming back. About to get filled on this yen trade, I think. Buying a lot before the news comes out. I'm just going to max out the account here, whatever, how many trades I can put out, I don't know. Down $1,600. So we're not up $3 grand, we're down 1,600. So now we got to make $5 grand coming back. So buying everything below this, below the previous day. The news is out. What is it? Should we jump out a window? So my color, my bars will change right here to orange as soon as the news comes out. So I don't have to look at the clock really, I suppose. It's a 1 minute chart here. The news just came out. I'm trying to make it back now, and the big cash out. I'm in 4,500 of margin here, 500 to 1 leverage. So let's look at my cash outs here. So you want to be up like $3 grand here. You make $5,000 using, so I guess $2 million position, I guess you could say. That's still tanking. 5-minute euro dollar. What is that news though? Should we take a fundamental position in the market? What do they say? What do you got? Prices are dropping. Okay. I guess everybody's okay in Canada. So it's been about 2 minutes. The news has been out. Still in this giant swing trade. Here's a daily chart. It's a 4-hour chart. Yeah, those Sunday lows, you know, that's, you really want to buy below that. I mean, it doesn't matter. All these, if you're going to do this kind of trading where you're buying into the void, yeah, all voids matter, I suppose, you could say. Uh-oh, tanking again. Tanking again. What a surprise. Making new lows. Still waiting for stocks to open though. That'll be the final determination. I'm going to buy some here though before stocks open. So we go ripping up. Becomes a full auction day. Took out the low of Friday. Took out the low of last night. Now we're going to go take out the high of the day. Or take out this high. So down below here, you know, just trapped. Breakout traders that are trading that breakout of the low of those days. Good luck. So it's very difficult to buy down here. It's really hard to buy low. But it's the only answer. This buy low, sell high. First target's going to have to be here. I've got, like I said, I'm in so big on so many tickets right now that it's ridiculous. But it'll be cashing out soon here. It'll take at least $500K off the table as soon as this pops up. Yeah, so I set it to the half hour to roll over the color because that's when the news comes out. So it gives you 2 bars of orange before stocks open. And if we reject this breakout, if this is not a real breakout and the daily's down, then we got to go after all this price here and just go up. So it's a real range trading system, I guess I'm doing. It's not trend trading, I don't think. I mean, on the 5-minute trend, right? So we just updated that 5-minute bar, and here's the new 5-minute. It's going to be a few minutes left on that one. Big resistance level is going to be, let's see right here. So we got to cut through that, and then we got to, before stocks open, we probably have to be up because we already bid it down, it seems like, into this news. So if we are going to go up, I suppose we got to go up, and it might be one of those things where when stocks open, we'll be sitting at this window for a possible bust north, or are we sitting under this floor here just teetering, waiting for some kind of thing. But that was quite a sell-off. In fact, if you were looking to get that deep discount, that was it. I mean, it hasn't been down there, and when was the last time we were down here? So a lot of people would not buy down there. At the market or pendings, it's very scary to buy down here because it just keeps tanking. And that's just how it is. I mean, you just can't even imagine, like the feeling you're buying below this, right? And it actually comes back and retests when the news comes out, and then it rips up. So. And I can see the news right there. That's why I just chose this charting. I had Anthropic make this indicator for me. And I just can't live without it now because I can just look at the chart and go, oh yeah, I can see what time it is. Even when I look back on here, I can see, oh, this is Asia. Plus, I can just see my trade. If I would have placed my buy limits below there, I would have got filled there. So I can just see my trade. So it just gives me confidence in saying that as hard as it is to buy down here, where it's just tanking, that's what I have to do. And it's just really why trading is not easy, because you have to do something that's so unnatural. To buy into that plunge is just, oh. So I'm down like $2,000 on this demo account just from buying into that plunge. But like I said, I loaded up in anticipation of this is the cause and the effect being it's just going to go up. And the view is the 4-hour chart that is the, or the daily chart, saying that we're going to go up here for the swing trade, and we're trying to make 50, 75 pips if we can come up into this price. But it's really kind of quiet here. This was the last kind of swing trade where you buy this plunge and wait about 2 days to get paid on that one. Definitely not an immediate payout. Now we're just waiting again for stocks to open now. Give us some fuel for the rally here. The stocks have pulled back here on the NASDAQ. So earlier we had this big squeeze back up into that. I suppose if crude starts to sell off right here, then stocks could go up. Euro could go up from there. I think I'll buy some here at the market on this Euro yen. Looks like a good swing down on the chart. Just a good old-fashioned new low. Bitcoin pulled back off the highs. Gold looks ready for some type of ferocious rally there. It's certainly been tough for gold there. Still like 45 minutes before stocks, so we're just really not getting anywhere. It's going to have to be one of those things where when the stocks open, it goes up. Otherwise, it's just going to keep tanking, you know. But I think most of these trades are trap trades, like this one here on the guppy. It comes down into this void. Into the buy zone. Now I just gotta wait till stocks open. So people scalped out here against when it hit the floor from last night. A lot of people cashed out on that, the scalpers, you know. So you could have placed a pending order and just to take those few pips. It's not a lot. But, you know, there's so many ways to trade it. There's so many ways to make money trading. Looking for that power rally now into a squeeze of stocks opening. So we should be making some money now finally. Just this big pullback, prepping for the opening of the stocks. One minute chart on euro dollar. Possible scream north. So maybe we will get up to this by the time stocks open. Maybe we could be right here in the middle of this road, or ideally we're busting out the top of that because the order imbalance is so severe. And there's just so much, people are just losing their mind over this, the world as it is, I suppose. The volatility is just really high. And if stocks can make this rally today, it'll be pretty amazing. Maybe we could smash crude into the floor. We can all buy a Hummer. All right, we're waiting. I bought some of this too here. It looks like the yen's finally going to fizzle out, maybe. Just come up here and just can't make it and start tanking. It has that stalled outlook to it. But we all put our own projections into what we want to see happen. That's probably the most frustrating, or the most difficult thing is we see a move and we envision it, and it doesn't quite get there on time, or it doesn't get there at the same amount. But there's really no other way to approach it than to have some type of scenario in your head of what do you think is going to happen, or what's possible, because you don't want to leave it to the robots or the quants to trade it. Unless you want to spend all your money building those, and those just don't make, they just kind of it makes 3%, or it's right 57% of the time. No, I want to be right at least 80% of the time. Five-minute euro. A lot of resistance to take out there on top. Minute chart. Got to make it above this line. So if the sellers will come in, people will take profits there, but we're looking for that, just bust through that line and then just go up. Just go up hard after that. I guess I'm just too optimistic. I want to see things go up. I have a optimistic outlook on things. So up is preferred move. Just go up, please. All right, scalping here. Market's so bombastic. Look at this thing punching back through the floor after just stopping out anybody that was trying to board the bigger train. Finally, we're cashing out. I'm only down $200 now. All right, let's try to get this guy going back up here. Cashing out of stuff. So we're only in $5,000 of margin. We want to get the margin down to like 2,000 and be up like 3,000. So whatever that, 20 pips. So it's going to blow through this floor pretty hard, this one. It's got to just blow through that. Make mincemeat out of it. All right, get me out. How much did we get out of there? Let's see how much we took off the table. Damn it. Can't get to the window of my equity here. There's too many tickets in there. So we just took about $600 of margin off the table there. So we made back about $900 from the $2,000 smash. Just 15-minute chart. Sellers are coming in right there. So we still got 35 minutes before, 35 minutes before stocks open. So I'm going to put some more buy limits on that. It'll probably coming down again once everybody cashed out on that big resistance handle. Because in 35 minutes we could retest this, maybe go lower. Like I said, it goes lower than you think it's going to go. It takes longer than you think. It's like most things. So we just refreshed that since we were able to take off $600-700 of margin. on that big punch. We could afford to buy some more here. Crude oil keeps going up. Yeah, that yen is just on a mission. So I put a bunch of sell limits up here. I don't know when stocks open if we can wake up there and go crashing down. Oh. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess I just have to open a $500 demo and do it. But, yeah, no, yeah, the losing's not really ever fun, I don't think. Yeah, you just, I mean, hopefully you can make it back when you win, but yeah. I mean, it depends how much money you're losing, I guess. See, I'm getting filled on this retap here on limits because the sellers were there. Like, so for instance, if you were trying to make money on this chart, you know, you're the 1 minute chart, you'd be like, okay, well, we bought down here. Where's resistance? Where should I cash out? But then do you buy more? So I put buy limits in here. It depends, you know, it depends how many trades you're doing. How long do you think it's going to take you to make $500 using $500? It take you a week or like an hour? I mean, you really have to figure that out. I'd say look at the chart, put up a grid of 50 pips and ask yourself, can I afford to buy with a 50 pip stop to make 25 pips? Can I put a 50 pip stop to make 50? Can I put a 50 to make 75? Take a long time in the euro. The euro's only moved 25 pips in the last fucking 40 hours. So really, you know, it's really about waiting. It's going to take you a long time to do it if you swing trade it. Scalping it. Yeah, so right now I've got this hotkey set up to buy with the 8 pip target right now. I'm going to trade it on this euro dollar. So this buys at the market with an 8 pip, 15 pip stop. Buys a 2K if they let me. Hit the tab key on that to get out. But I would say the limits is the best way to go. Like, I'll buy a little bit here, you know. It's 9 o'clock, dead on. But stocks still got to open, so you could come back. The euro could sell off here before stocks open. One last sell off, you know. Like I said, that is the classic pattern, is that before stocks open, there's a lot of pressure on the euro there. They keep bidding it down. This is the 5 minute chart. It looks like the cat's out of the bag. I don't know if they can take it down to this price down here. So this indicator is really helping me see that there's probably, you know, this is, if we come down here, you want to buy it. Now, psychologically, it might be difficult if you've already lost a lot of money. And like I said, it's really not for humans to trade because there's too many disappointments really to keep most people into it. They'd be, oh my God, really? So I lost again. So the big picture here is this chart here, because we see the lows of the day. Well, like I said, I actually put an order to buy more after it ricocheted off of that. I just put orders to buy more because I'm in a swing trade for the most part. I'm scalping around the swing trade to just make some money along the way, but putting the buy limit here, and then like it's a lot of work. If you had $500, I would say take these tickets here. You're risking $2 to make $1. What you got to do is put all your 1Ks down here and say, well, if it comes down here, can you see that market? Here's the 1 minute chart. So if you bought if you did that trade plan in here where you put a bunch of pendings in here to buy here, and then when you cash out above here, well, that's it. Or are you going to sell here and ride it down? You just have to figure out which trade you're going to do, and then you literally got to take profits, though. You can't think, oh, it's going to go to the moon from here, Maybe, but it might just go to hell. So there's no guarantee, there's really. But if you trade on 1Ks incrementally like this, like I put a buy limit down here. So when stocks open, this is the 1 minute chart, by the way. If we get one last smash down, well, I'm going to add to that position. But I suppose what people are trying to do is have a final destination for the whole trade, and they cash the whole thing out, and that's it. If you're going to build a position underneath here, then obviously when it gets above here, or on the way to that, you should be scaling out of it, I would hope, because especially if you're trading this big. One minute chart. So we're all the way back down here again. It's almost 5 minutes after the top of the hour, which is a big deal because the 5 minute traders are gonna, or 5 minute robots or whatever. So you close down here, and if you bought the crush back into this void, this little mini void here in the 5 minutes, it just depends. Of course, the spread's going to get in the way at some point, because you can't just go to a 1 minute chart and trade every structure level, because the spread would kill you. But yeah, that's the so I can watch the other guys trade, realizing, well, I'm really in here. As long as they don't keep tanking today, I'll be able to survive the trade. I'm in a severe drawdown here of like $1,000. So on my real money, it's down 1,000. This account here, I was down 3,000 earlier, but okay, so it's 5 minutes. It's 5 minute chart just updated. Take a look at the 1 minute chart. Takes 5 bars on the 1 minute chart. Really got to get above this. This is the new resistance. I got scalps to get out here too again. A lot of scalps in this thing. Getting filled on limits though, look at that. They had to buy some at the market. Going after the low of the day now. Like I said, they bid this down into stocks open. They might take out the low of the day and waiting for into the stock opening. Even though the final destination may be up, Okay, I bought a lot there for about 80K at least. Okay. This 1 minute chart. Fill in this little hole here. Bought at the market there. Trying to make 8 pips. So we just turned we got about a little over 20 minutes before stocks. So we just got this first little resistance showing up. We want to break that. That's the void fill indicator. I didn't post the other one. The one that projects into the future. So now it's crushing into the old stops on the 1 minute. The trailing stops for the sellers, I guess you could call it. So we look for a rally to cut through that into the opening of stocks maybe. Because we bid it below here, which is one of those pre-market bid downs. But not to say we can't go lower, but it's so rangy, you know, coming all the way back to this original ride. So like I said, if you're going to trade really heavy with a tight stop, you know, how you make your $500 is completely dependent, because on the 1 minute chart you can see how you could have just cashed out, dumped and reloaded, and dumped and reloaded. Of course the spread's going to be an issue, and of course you're going to probably run a 10 pip stop to make 8 pips, and you're probably going to buy, you know, I would probably set my trigger pull to 3K, because you can get to 9K in 3 pulls really easy. So if you pace yourself and you're a sniper about it, but I would say, you know, multiple shots, unless you're going to trade you know, 3 standard lots on 1 trigger pull, but then you got to be right about that, and then how many times are you going to do that, and $50 enough for, I don't know. So that's all a big problem, and I can't answer that for you. So even if I show you how to do it, most people aren't going to be able to buy into these plunges because they're going to just shit their pants. But if you're going to be a contrarian, I mean, I don't look at it, I don't really think I have a choice. I mean, I try to get the sizing right, but I don't have a choice because I'm just hell bent on buying in these deep discounts. And then gosh, when it starts to leave the station, I kind of want to add a little bit, but then that could end up, it could just start tanking right now. We got 20 minutes till stocks, so you know, right now we could just be like, okay, we're just going to go plunging through the floor. I don't know if stocks are going in the same direction as the euro dollar, but here's the 5 minute stocks, at least the NASDAQ. And crude oil turned around. So if crude oil turns around and starts tanking from here, then, right, maybe that's it. Because when crude came back to this fair value, or the middle of the road, 50%, whatever, people did jump on that. It looks like they sold a little bit. Let's check on the poor gold market. So gold pulled back for a possible rally here. We got to pull back on gold. Breaking the 1 minute chart out on the euro dollar. Big 1 minute breakout signal. I think I'm gonna buy more of this this guppy. just for 8 pips. That's probably nothing in that. Probably get stopped out before I make any money. My stop, I can see it right there on the chart. Here's a 15 pip stop to make 8 pips in the that's the hotkey I've been hitting all morning. Just market order to make 8 pips. Well, 15 minutes. Well, still waiting for stocks to open. That's going to be the big determination, I suppose, for today. If crude oil can tank, stocks go up. Bitcoin looks ready for another attempt to make a move up. The buyers are coming back in on the euro here. There's so much hemming and hawing. There's so much chat. There's so much ranging before the real big move. And, you know, if your mindset is I'm going to build a long position in this consolidation, then it's different than if you're going to scalp it. Because you could still scalp that, but I say do both. Like, take the 5-8 pips because it'll be ranging for a while. Typically, there's just so much nonsense in these markets. Oh, the preamble before the actual big move, you know. Oh my God. Oh. About to update that 15-minute chart. One-minute euro here. Yeah, 15 minutes till stocks. I'm going to go to the 15-minute NASDAQ. Yeah, this thing looks ready to go up so hard. Like, there's hardly a chance to get on this train on the NASDAQ. It looks ready to just punch up. Like, everything's just going to go zooming up. Oh, we still got that 10 o'clock news. It's like nothing, though. There's really no news driving this thing. Crude oil's the only kind of drama today to even kick anything around. It's pretty tough to make money on this dollar yen today. It's just stalled out at the highest highs of all time. Going after the low of the day here on Eurodollar. Buying into it again on limits. About to take out the low of the day. Just itching to break out the low of the day here. So put all my orders in there. Ten-minute warning for stocks. Down 1,700. Start buying at the market now. Back at $4,800 in margin. Looking for another rally here. Looking to break the trend line, the wedge. So the market's very, it drifts down and it creates these patterns, you know. Looking for this volatility to break out to the upside. If we go through the floor, we're going to buy down here. We're already severely long, like beyond, like everything's in here. And it's all about when stocks open, and we just want to see stocks go up and gold go up and crude oil go down. It's sitting right here poised to tank. Zoom in a little bit, see that? This is the half-hour crude oil. Stocks have to go up. Crude oil goes down. Buy some more of this guppy just for fun of it. Now it's not it's you know, like I said, if you're going to trade $500 to make $1,000, so open a demo account and then trade the demo account with the same idea. Open the real account at the same time, $500. But wait till you see, oh, you know what? It's still pulling back. Wait till it fills your limits. So the smart money entry is called that because, well, I guess it's the patient person's entry. Plus, it's also the chance of never getting filled. What if they never pull it back into that window and fill your limits, and then it takes off from there, and everybody's like, wow, that was an entry. Well, it takes all the way until 5 minutes before stocks open right now, apparently. So you're either going to babysit the market into that window, or you're just going to place orders deep and just say, well, I did the math, and if it crushes into this zone and retraces, then I'll make X. But when I started trading, I thought there was one way to trade, and I looked at this corn chart, and I was staring at it. I printed it out, and I looked at the bar chart. I said, there's got to be a secret. There's got to be something I'm missing. That was 20 years ago. There's something I'm missing on this chart. And what I thought I was missing was, there's a guy out there that knows how to trade corn. He's making more money than anybody else. I didn't realize that there's people that are scalping it, people that are swinging it, people that are holding it, people that are hedging it. They're doing a seasonal spread against another one, and they're paying very little margin because they're selling Christmas, December corn against the November corn, or they're 2 years out in these big future contracts. So there's people making money from option trading and all this stuff. And the reason I focused on the MT4 is because I'm kind of a technical person, I guess. I like computers. I like gizmos and gears because I'm a guy. I'm still a guy. And I'm not from Canada, but I am a guy. And so, you know, it just seemed like the perfect fit. And then this latest update I did with AI was able to give me these insane charts. Here we're getting a breakout now. So this might be the squeeze. That was the bid down before stocks open I was talking about, and it's really brutal. If you know, well, if you feel like the market's going to go up, we don't know. We think we know. But you're like, really? We got to come all the way back to the starting gate? Yep. Got to check in with grandma, see if it's okay to go ride your bike without a helmet. Yeah, go ahead, knock yourself out. Kill yourself, actually. Crude oil looks ready to tank, right? Crude oil tanks. Stocks go up. Dollar yen goes down. Euro goes up. Pound goes up. Gold goes up. Bitcoin, I don't know. It's in its own world there. Could have got in below that 100-period moving average on the 1-hour Bitcoin. I just can't imagine having a trading system like that. Even though it's right sometimes, because it just doesn't, it's not a structure. I just don't think it's a great structure trade. But you know, look, another sell-off coming here, another bid down into stocks opening. So here's another bid down, right? This goes on over and over again. Like this entry here, you'd tell me, well, look at this, you know. You could have bought this, dip below the 100. Great entry here, dip below the 100. Yeah, but when it dips below and keeps going below, then it's not so great. Okay, 3 minutes till stocks, and we're still bidding it down. Euro's still pulling back. Crude oil looks like fragile, like it's ready to tank here. The 15-minute chart looks like it's ready to take off south. Opposite direction of stocks. Here's stocks, here's crude. We just got to get the euro to kick out this high. So I'm looking to take out this high before stocks open, and then we can just go launching north here and go ripping north on the euro dollar. But the market gets very quiet, pulls back into these little things, and it just takes forever. You know, if you're long this thing from way down where, which I am, I'm long from pips below us from days ago. But I still want to scalp it. So we definitely got to take that out. So we got about a minute and a half to go to see how it performs on that. Otherwise, it's going to go to hell again. But like I said, the hardest thing to do is to add to a loser. And you're not supposed to do that, but like I said, it's not normal life. Trading's just not normal life. Shit, just fucking. Well, the moving average is on there just for kicks. It's a 100-period moving, linear weighted moving. But like that's why I say it's on there just to prove to me that it doesn't work. Also, I'm not missing anything. But it's a guide. It isn't a downtrend. But it's not like it doesn't have any sharp, strict rules like, well, when it hits it, do this. If it's above or below, do this. Not really. I think it's about these sessions. We carve out into the Asian session. Well, that was when the best price was, technicians are looking at the way this thing unfolds, but when you go to the Walmart, when the price has been rollback price, that's just a hard number. They don't really, nobody's charting that. Okay, here's a 1-minute chart. We need to come back here. We got 20 seconds till stock's open. We need to bust out north, or if we do pull back, it can't go any lower than this. If it takes out these support levels, it's going to go into this, which is, like I said, you have to have buy limits down here just in case to buy it, because that's a great place to buy. So I wish these tickets were closer together. Stocks are open now, so some people wait 5 minutes from here, but I'm already in, so whatever happens, happens. I don't have any control over that. I'm just long the euro for the rest of the day now. I don't think I'll add to it because these pendings look like they're going to get filled, and that'll be enough. One last spike down. Okay, 1-minute chart's going to update here in 20 seconds, so let's see what that looks like. Zoom in. So just turn red, which means stock market's open here. So if you want to like visually back test it, so that's the cash market open. This whole thing has been just news, and technically we're on the 1-minute chart here, but we did not take out that low, so that's the only thing that you can say is holding, but it's about to get blown out, it looks like. It wouldn't take much to tip it. There's still news, some kind of light news coming out at 10 o'clock. So now it's just waiting until, I suppose, 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, whenever that little bit other piece of news is coming out. God knows what that's going to be. Let's see if the NASDAQ made a move. Look, it goes up and down. So NASDAQ's trying to make a run on north here. Just opened up. I love it because you can go to the 1-minute chart and see that session just opened there. And exactly know just what time it is. You always know what time it is with this chart. You don't have to look at the clock because I usually have a clock running. But I do that anyways, but an analog clock, because I like to see us coming up on the top and bottom of the hour. And where are we at in the chart? Could this happen? Could that happen? So if NASDAQ takes off here and busts up, I think the euro is going to join it. And if people just go, oh, thank God the towel heads are dead right here, about to knock it, I think I'll finally make back my $2,000 drawdown in this demo account and my $1,000 drawdown on my real money. But look at how you just nicked the wick there, and the sellers came in right on cue. So some guy scalping off that right now, I'm sure. But I would say if I'm not trading this, I didn't write scripts for it, but I'd buy here. So I do want to write scripts for the NASDAQ, and this is certainly the right buying area. So the people that are still long, they're hoping it crushes into that. That's the 1-minute chart. And the nice thing about the 1-minute chart, we can see all the resistance above us here because the chart's plotting for us way back and way forward, actually. So there's an indicator that starts right here and it goes back into the past. And these are left, these are all, anything that's to the right of current price is this new indicator. But it also leaves these behind, right? So this is the old So most of this indicator is looking forward, but it retains the look back. If you look, here's the 1 hour NASDAQ. So these lows go way the fuck back. And that is the look forward, but holds on to the reverse better than any market profile. But for me, that is. Because I want to see, is it going to take out these highs and clean this thing out? This is the NASDAQ 15-minute. 5-minute NASDAQ coming up on this really thick area. We want to pop that and then rip back, cash out, and then come in with buy limits underneath. So we just made a new high there. This should have quite impact. If we hit that, I expect it to come ripping off of that, because that represents with us without looking left. I don't know if you ever watched an empowered trading video. It's looking left for us, that indicator. It's all the void to the left of us. And I think that's what really that vacuum is what these markets are sucking on, back and forth, up and down, and price discovery, I think they call it. All sorts of terms for it. Liquidity hunt, all these things. Supply and demand. So now we're pulling back again in the euro. Another attempt to crash through the floor, which we could totally do. So I see how that's so fragile there. Look at the 1 minute euro. All it's going to do is plunge down here. Like I said, it's tough, but you got to just buy more down there if you really think it's going up. So 5-minute traders are on it. It's been 5 minutes. The stocks have been open. So a lot of people wait till 5 minutes. They're probably buying here if they're buying. Looks like I'm going to get stopped out. So they just bought that last 5-minute bar, which actually this new bar is lower, and it's only been a minute. So you would have had to buy that last one, and you overpaid because now it's below that price already in this last minute. So there was a close of the 5 minute, and then down hard 1 minute, and another crush into this support. So it's very difficult to trade because of this reason, that you need to be willing to buy here again. I guess it's like dating a girl for 3 years and then she finally invites you over for coffee, because you really are just never, like, it's not going anywhere, but it's setting up for a rally north. Right? She really is gonna like me one day. I bring her Starbucks every morning. I feel like I'm bringing this market Starbucks every morning. And oh, you sleeping still? Oh, you tipped it over? You want another one? It just seems like that's what the market's about. Plus, Europe's going to close here pretty soon, and is this the best price of the day? Are people going to come in and buy it? Look, it's still tanking, so apparently not. And now you're on the verge of just blowing this thing out the bottom. I just lost my graphics. Oh, it's tanking now. Yeah, so you're at the verge of blowing out. I'm down $2,000. I just blew up my my chart. A little glitch there. Too many. So see how they just wicked down there and went a little bit lower? It's so hard to buy into that. Like I said, this is sorry, my chart's not really even the whole fucking window, is it? I'm not really not a good broadcaster. I guess I should blow up the chart so the whole fucking window here. Yeah, so that little wick down there. Sorry, it took me 3 hours to adjust that. But see, that 1 minute chart is so ridiculous, and just that little bit lower. Look, it just took out that low. So the heavy hitters, I suppose, with the tight stops, the snipers, or the people that just had an order sitting down there. But see, the spread's wider than... The spread's almost wider than the this edge here. So you can't really even buy that. You have to buy before. That's why you have to take some type of drawdown, even though nobody wants to. So the 5 minute, you had to overpay a little bit, because even if you had limits down there, they're not going to fill. It's just too close to the edge. Too close to the edge of the market there. Now 10 minutes, it's almost 10 minutes after stocks have been open for 10 minutes. We could probably go to the 15-minute chart. Take a look at NASDAQ here. So the sellers came in on the NASDAQ, as you knew they would, above this, right? And you have to take profits like you really should, like the guy that's trying to make $500. As much as you may think this is going to go to the moon, if you don't have a way to cash out on something there, then this could come back here, and then if you free up the margin by cashing out, you can actually buy more here in the pullback. So you always have to think about rolling over your inventory. So if you're a big swing trade there, you might have to scalp out of some of it, because I'm going to go to the 1 minute euro dollar here. So we want to see that crude oil tank. I fucked up these charts, man. Oh, Jesus. I grabbed the mouse and it just slipped and everything just rearranged itself. Let me go back to a normal fucking view. Crude oil is starting to tank a little bit. That's kind of encouraging if you hate crude oil going up. 5 minute NASDAQ. 5 minute crude. 1 minute euro. This thing's killing me. I'm buying into this thing. It's just killing me. Almost looks like euro dollar's going to tank again. How many more times? Yeah, it looks like it's going to go off the rails again here. Look at that. Right on the edge. Actually, it just went like just a nudge lower there. Can't get the party started. Wait for the 15-minute traders to step up to the plate here. In about 4 minutes, they're going to have an opinion, I suppose. But it's just hard down. It just keeps tanking. Let's make a new lows. 1 minute chart. Euro dollar. Okay, we just updated that 1 minute chart. Are we going to keep tanking? Yep. Of course. That'll be ridiculous. Down into my buy limits. I got my finger on the trigger to buy at the market, though. Oh, that's the only excitement, is buying at the market, really. Sniper entry here. Okay, I'm buying as much as I can, because I don't know if I got filled on those limits, because I said the spread is too wide, so we have to come in manually and buy it old school here. I'm loading the wagon now on the euro. 15 minutes after stocks on the 1 minute chart. Looking for retracement, of course, or just a continuation of this kind of weak bullish trend of a swing, like a saucer bottom on the larger time frame of the euro if you look at it. But I'm just kind of playing around with this scalp here. I'm using a hotkey to just keep on buying here with an 8 pip target. You see my targets, but here's my stops, here's my targets. This blue up here, it's pretty faint. One minute chart. So we loaded up pretty hard there, right at the edge. Bought these new lows. Looking for the contrarian move against that trapped breakout traders here. I'm going against the breakout traders that are selling. About 20 seconds to update the 15-minute chart. So I like to buy below the floor on close. So we only got one close here, 1 minute chart close below this line. So I draw a line like there. I draw a line on my telephone. I have an Android phone. So on my MT4 charting, I'll put a line like this, and I'll say as long as we can get above this, I'll kind of be looking at it. Yeah, we got to get above that line. And then I'll put another line on, say, okay, this line, if we go below this, it'll probably, now people do say stuff like, well, if it goes below here, it'll break structure, and then I'm bearish, and then I'm done for the day. I'm never done. I'm just too stubborn. I probably buy below that. Let them stop me out, whatever they're going to do. There's a 5 minute, so hard close there. 15 minute just updated. We're starting a new 15-minute chart here. Looks easily to go down. Easily to just keep going a little bit more. There's nothing keeping this from tanking. The only kind of thing is that you're caught in this little box down here now. So is this the smart money entry? Well, it is for, something. I mean, it's your typical, makes a new low, get in here. It could go down a little bit lower, so here's what, I'm actually counting on. So I'm counting on that she's not going to be happy and she's going to spill her. So that's why I bring her about 5 lattes, because I know she's going to spill one. I think the trading's about, because you got to do so many tickets so many times. And the guy that's asking me, well, how do I, how does anybody? Like, oh, you want to go to Disneyland? Honey, we're broke. Oh, really? But I still think I'm a kid. Oh, yeah. Do you know where I can get a good attorney? Even the 1 minute chart, who's got patience for this thing to consolidate under the floor and then come back up? Not me. So the limits were down here. I said I was going to buy down here. It's very counterintuitive. It's very against everything that we know is good and normal, is to, buy into these plunges. But like I said, that's my mission today. It's to buy the euro. And of course, if I scalped out, which I did scalp out of this, and I did scalp out of about, oh my God, so much. But now I'm back in. I'm back into almost $5,000 of margin, looking for that big sweeping high drama move that's kind of like makes it all worth it, Yeah, she's a lot of fun in bed, I mean, the lattes, I don't know, she's a little amped up. I'll bring her some decaffeinated. She won't even notice the difference. She'll fall asleep and kill us all while we're going up north. Oh, oops, didn't think about that, pal. Shouldn't let mommy drive. God, I remember that one lady that was on, she was taking care of like 8 kids, and she was on 8 drugs. And she was drinking, and she wiped the whole thing out. She's like, yeah, I don't know what's going on. No kidding. Here's the big 5 minute view, trapped under the floor. As soon as stocks opened, they went down here, and made an attempt to keep tanking my poor euro dollar that's been abused for so long. But me being the hero, I stepped in and bought it. That's another problem I have, is that I really feel bad when things go down, so I buy into it. I'm thinking, man, this thing needs some help. You poor thing. Who's selling the euro? Come here, euro. I'd never sell you like that. I'm always buying the euro. I think the euro knows I care how to trade like a true emotional basket case. So now it's just set it. Now I just let it go. I might add along the way, but I'm done with this relationship. I'm about ready to call somebody, an adjuster. Man, look at that beatdown. Look at the structure on this 1 hour chart. Holy jeez, look at that. So now just scalping to here is the new target. That's why I have to load the wagon down there, because I want to be in as big as I can to the most high probability target. So the big problem with trading is that the guy was asking me, how do you deal with the losses? Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, you have to remember the times that you just said, no, I know this pattern. So if you've ever made $1,000 or $3,000 or $5,000, you probably will lose $1,000 going into what you think is the same pattern and the same setup, and you're like, oh dude, this is like the same thing. It's always different, but you have to have a big picture on this euro, because we're not at the abyss. We're far from it. The abyss was here. I don't know if you remember. Well, this is like a near abyss for people, but the real abyss is come and gone. It's down here. I mean, it's not like, so if you bought the euro, I can't remember. I'd have to go to the daily chart. So when you were buying the euro down here, when it took this low out, which we're actually right at that price right now, when it took this thing out right here, you're like, holy shit, now they just dropped like 75 pips on a daily chart. So it just went through the floor here. But, you know, if you were buying that and you cashed out into the floor, that was your high probability, but it's really tough to do that trade. Same thing with this one. You take out this low and you're like, good God, man. But this is 75 pips of swing trade. You have to find your trade. Like, you can't, you're never going to have a situation where you can put, like, imagine you have a 25 pip window here. So you put a $4 million position in there and you let it go until it goes all the way to here, and you say, yeah, that would be the ultimate trade. You're right. Wait till it comes all the way back down to here. From here, holy shit. In this, with a very tight stop up here. Are you going to psychologically be able to handle the fact that you're up about 20 grand on the trade by the time it comes into the buyer's window? You're not going to ride that all the way. So you have to be realistic. When people look at the chart and they think, I could have done this and that. Probably not. I mean, as big as I'm trading now in this $2 million position, I mean, on this demo account, I just have to wait till this thing plays out. I'm not ever going to add to this. In fact, right now, I'm like, dude, let's just get out of this thing. So we're waiting for 10 o'clock. There's some bullshit news coming out. What is it? Leading index. It's the only piece of news until tonight. New Zealand news. So it takes longer than you think. It costs more than you think, like anything else. Now look at how it comes all the way down to here. I'm like, holy shit. And I kept saying for the last 2 hours, if it comes down here, I'm buying. But at least we took the scalps, right? We had this. So earlier today we had this trade where on this we bought this plunge here and cashed out. But look how it just kept tanking there. And then earlier this morning, or last night when it fell out of bed, I got in here and I rode it all the way to here. I'm still holding a lot from way down south. Here's the 5-minute chart. We got about 15 minutes of pressure built up on the top of that. So we got to go crushing through this, go north. Stocks need to go north, and crude oil needs to tank, but it's not. Crude oil's going up. They pulled back. So like I was saying before on NASDAQ, if you didn't get out here, you're fucked. You got to come back and reload your limits here to buy. So it's pretty nasty because the people that are, well, the moving average says, but this market's vicious. I don't even have scripts for this thing. That is so much money right there, you can't even imagine. Anybody that's traded it knows that's vicious price action. Really? I lost my chart. Oh, I put it in the fucking... Oh, I hate that. You gotta do like this to reduce it into the pack. Oh, still can't figure this fucking platform out after all this time. So the NASDAQ, vicious pullback on the 5. Now we're looking for the euro to make another attempt. Again, like this is bad relationship. Oh, you want to go to see that movie again? You just saw it. Okay, but she is really pretty. I guess the charts are pretty, so... The guppy's ready for a fucking lunge. Look at that thing. So look how they just... Like, if you can get your tickets in here, the spread's kind of wide on the guppy, but... That's got to be your entry if you can do it. Or you just do a sniper pull right there. By that guppy. Now, the reason I have these charts is because I can look at a move on this chart and say to myself, there's no way I would have been awake. I know I wasn't awake last night at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I can just see on the chart there, yeah, here's 2 o'clock in the morning. Here's two, I can just say, oh, like here. Great trades as they may be. I'm like, yeah, I probably do the old wait till 6:30 in the morning seems like this way. Look at this thing, about to crush all the way back and do a smash and grab on all the bulls here on NASDAQ. Coming all the way back. And this can get vicious, so if you're going to play the limit entry game here, the bullfighter, where the your blankie is the limit orders, it's very... you got to make sure you got some scalpers in there because it may just last a second or that. No, that's it, 5 minutes. So waiting for this news to come out. It may be the most wimpy news in the world, but it may be the only relief valve for this market. Here's the 1 minute euro. So that was the trap that we bought into. A little white knuckle there. I always do feel, I can't help but feel a little bit of anxiety when we're at the edge because it looks like it's just going to keep going to hell. It just has that look to it, and if you're in really big, it matters. You feel it a little more. So this trap here on the 1 minute euro is really a big deal. If you're freaking out here, but we bought into that really heavy, and if you're looking at the 1 hour chart at that time and the 4 hour chart, yeah, it looks good on the 1 hour because you're looking at the structure there, but here's a 1 minute chart. I don't know if we're cashing out. Look at that NASDAQ pulling back and just crushing all the bulls now. I'll go to the 1 minute chart on NASDAQ. You see all that pressure building up for the rally. All right, news in a minute and 30 seconds. So look at that. I'm getting filled in this fucking sell up here on this yen. Put some big ass tickets up there to sell. 36 pip windows, 10Ks. I'm going all in on that. I think Guppy's making a punch. 1 minute Nasdaq's tanking. News in 1 minute. Down 1,700. $5,000 of margin almost. I'll put the 1 minute crude up here. So 1 minute crude oil against 1 minute Nasdaq. News in 25 seconds. What do you got? It's pulling it back again. Coming back to the entry. Going after the low of the day again. 5 seconds to news. Boom. News is out. You're gonna stop me out. Big sell off in euro there. Buyers come back in. What's the news? Good or bad? Crude oil didn't like it. So the 1 minute traders are waiting for 1 minute to go by. That's me. I'm a 1 minute trader. I'm a 4 hour trader. I'm in every time frame. Five seconds till top of the second hand, and then news has been out for 1 minute. What do you think, guys? Which way do we go? Just drift down lower. Going lower. Buying on limits now. Just a quarter of a pip lower there. Now I'm going to start buying at the market because we had double bottom here on the 1 minute chart. Now into Europe, an hour, 2 hours before London closes. Let's try to buy here, and then we're going to ride it back into, just go for a rally into the close of London, and then follow through. I'm very bullish. Follow through into the night. I just think, hey, listen, let's just keep going up for the whole day now. So we're adding to it here. But it could keep tanking. It could be all over, really. Crude oil's going back up. Nasdaq's on a rally here. 1 minute chart. I guess the buy was here. VWAP aside, that's the buy. I think I'm going to scalp out of this guppy. I'm going to take profits on that guppy. Where's my tab here? Cashing out of this one. That's in the sell window. Hell, it's up against my 100 period moving average, plus it's got the trap look to it. Nasdaq's poised for a big crush north. Oh gosh, come on. Let's go, people. Let's see how much margin I had wrapped up in that trade. Probably not too much. Yeah. I'm actually in a bigger position now. I think I bought this. Let's buy some more of that euro for another rally, potential rally. Okay. Euro to the yen looks like a buy. Okay, what's going on, people? Let's go. 5 minute traders are going to update. 30 seconds to the 5 minute chart closes. Man, that yen just keeps going up. Dollar yen. So I think I got some fills here on the sell side. It's just relentlessly going up. Now we're just stuck down here at the bottom. I don't see us going anywhere. Just drifting or going lower now. Looking stalled out. Yeah, looks like it's just going to keep stopping me out. Still tanking on dollar yen. I mean, euro to the dollar. Just got to keep dripping down here till we get the buyers coming in. But I'm a buyer. Every 5 minutes I'm buying. Every 5 minutes below the low of yesterday's Asian session. I'm going to buy right here. I just made a new low. I got to buy it. Stocks look like they're ready to make a move off of this. Get a little pullback on that 1 minute chart. Make another run north. Now the 5 minute chart's kind of running and painting itself into a corner down here on the euro dollar. Trap below the low of the day. Crude oil looks like it could start tanking. This 1 minute chart, so it's very, very sensitive 1 minute chart. Oh boy, I don't know. Is it gonna dead in the water here? Waiting for some type of reconciliation. Close the books. Close into the session here. U.S. session, they bid euro down to the floor. A couple bounces in there, but we're making new lows there. So yeah, we took out the low from yesterday on the from Friday, pretty deep actually. I think we're about, oh gosh, maybe 20 pips below Friday. Okay, we're just all waiting. Everybody's waiting. It's 10 minutes after, and now we're starting to sell off again. Looks like a crush. So I'm buying into that on limits. I think I'm stepping and buy some at the market though. Yeah, I'm start buying the euro at the market. I don't think they filled all my limits, so. Crude just took a big smack up. Stocks are crashing. Buying the euro. Heavy scalp. I wonder if I got stopped out or if I got limited in on that. How big a position I'm in right now. About the same size. Because I just bought more, bought back into it. Oh, that guppy's taken off. We'll buy some of this euro yen. It hasn't left the station yet. Looks like a better deal. I could buy the pound here. Dollar yen's going right through the roof, head to my limits. Big seller up there. Alrighty then. Really loaded up this time. Every time it makes a new low. Bought 200K of more euro. I'm gonna keep buying now, I think, until about a quarter after. Stop buying. Got the perfect fill up here. I think I'm up on all these tickets on this dollar yen, just putting them up there ahead of time, sold into this big hole. Have to wait all day to get paid on that one though. Come back to earth. Gold's still pulling back. This looks like the big stampede north on euro. I'm going to add to this position now for 8 pip target. So I don't think I'm going to add here. I'm going to cash out. I added so much at the very edge of the market. So at 5,500 in margin. So we're trying to make about $8,000 today because we want to make about 30 pips in this euro. And I don't have a very big position in the dollar yen. So it's all about the euro and the euro to the yen and the pound. I bought a lot of pound just now. And we just got to go rocketing up. You know, I'm sure you've seen it before. Bid it down, wedge, and then all of a sudden, you know, complete reversal. So I usually don't want to chase these things, so I gotta let this play out. I treat this demo account like I treat my account. Pretty rough. Looks like crude might take out this 1 minute support. They got the 1 minute euro here though. It's got to clear the trees. Like I said, we got to get above to make money on this. We got to first hit this, you know, cash out on something. It's just that slot right there. So all the pressure is building up. Looking back there, wow. It's a long way to go, but like I said, you take it out like a zipper. I'm sure you've seen those moves before, where it's just like, wow, that was fast. That's just all the pressure it's under, you know. It's got to be some reaction to that, you know. Nobody can handle that much nagging before you can get a nice backhand. I told you once, I told you a million times. Don't come up on me when I'm trading. Don't rub my shoulders. Yeah, I feel like I'm investing in the market, not trading it. I just can't resist just being stubborn. No, I mean, I do like to buy the bottom. Somebody said you just like to buy the very low. Yeah, that everything, I suppose. I mean, the fear of missing out is completely gone when you put this many fucking tickets in there. But I said, you know, it's really difficult because it's unnatural to make money this way. In front of a computer screen, there's a 1 minute euro. So now you're betting on the fact that we're not going to go any lower than that. That was the bottom tick Bobby, but you said that back here, right? So you had to scalp out of something on the ride to here. It's not a lot of pips, you know. So the scalps certainly are going to be tiny, but we could just keep tanking again. Right now. Take out that low of the day. So I guess that's the speculation part of it. Do you think we can keep tanking? You zoom out a little bit. So there's things that will distort your perception. Now this to me looks like, yeah, we're kind of done tanking on the 1 minute. Like that's so your last chance to sell at the 100 linear weighted moving average right here. People will point to that and say, oh, look, it's finding resistance there. No, you could put 100 different kind of lengths moving average on here. It's going to hit one of them. So it's 1 minute chart. That's the pullback. The confirmation people are going to buy here, but it might keep tanking. So there is no guarantee. And no matter how many indicators you have, that's why I don't have I just have this moving average. It's cute. But really, it's about these price levels. And I mean, this stuff is crazy. I'm looking at these charts going, like, what the? Look at all this resistance above us. And then if you go to the 1 hour chart, look at these giant, wow. But we're below that, in my opinion, for the swing trader. I'm below this floor of this two bottoms. I really want to get in there on something. It may not retrace. It might. I'm actually long from back here on a few tickets left over. So the size wasn't big here, but I'm long from way back here, and I was just buying these pullbacks and scalping it. Looks like a possible another sell-off coming here. I'm going to go to the 1 minute chart and zoom out. Get a feel for this. Another sell-off coming. So to take out the low of the day, you know, it's going to stop me out. But like I said, I'd probably buy more down there. It's really tough. I wasn't going to add to the position there at the market. So it looks like we're going to take out the low of the day or make a run for it here. It's that momentum factor, you know. It looks like it's just going to make another run, and then it's eventually going to die out. But you can't trade every zig and zag. That's why I'm using the limits, because I could just get out in front of it. I don't have to think too much. So if I put 1Ks in here, I could be very precise, you know. So we're all the way back at the entry point. You're always back to the starting gate in some way, especially if there's a double bottom. It could keep tanking here. That's the 1 minute chart. It's a buy at the market there, but I said I already overloaded it so much that I want to reserve the rest of the margin to entering on really deep stuff. Purple, that's not good. Teal. Or your snipers are buying at the market there with a trigger pull because it's 5 minutes. We're about to complete the 5-minute chart, and if you want to buy the close below the floor on the 5-minute, so I'm going to say if you want to buy inside that box, in about 40 seconds it could close here, and that would be another. You're in the discount. You're still in the discount window before we crush north. So the bullish part of my brain says, yeah, buy one more at the market here, and then once we start the northern, I'm assuming, or I wouldn't be buying. Mark Douglas says you wouldn't be buying if you didn't think it's going up. So let me buy some more at the market. Right 20 seconds before the 5-minute chart closes out, so I can lock this in. This entry here, I'm going to use my 8-pip target, buying a 2K with a 15-pip stop, kind of a end of the world stop, I would say. But, you know, for the euro. On the yen, you'd probably get blown out in a blink of an eye. But I get the patterns look better on the yen, so people trade the yen because look at how pretty the patterns are. Look at another smash down here. So I bought there, and we just completed the 5-minute chart, and there's another smackdown right there, 1 minute after they closed the 5. One more beatdown. So after a while, you know, all these beatdowns, you're probably going to get divorced, you know. I just look at it like I said, the market to me is just a bad relationship. Are you good at bad relationships? No, I'm not. So I usually go to court and say, we got to break up. Like, you're fucking killing me. Like, how many more fucking times are you going to give me this signal that you... And then when I'm ready to go, it's like, oh, you're not ready now? So it's going to be like that? That is the problem with the market, is it may trigger something in you, like you being betrayed by the price action because it went against you. It really is the hardest thing to deal with if you don't have some type of some people have a mental trick workaround. You know, I just think of like unicorns and it goes away. I'm good. No, whatever you're doing, here's the 1-minute chart. I think trading the demo for me is the only therapy, doing this and doing the stream here, because I'm in this trade actually. I'm down $1,000. I'm in this swing version of this trade, so I'm not actually on the 1-minute chart, but just for therapy. Like, it's therapeutic to just trade. Plus, what I do is I play back the market and I use Strategy Tester with the default MACD robot, so it doesn't put a lot of shit on the screen. Then I run this template. So I've been testing this template and just rehearsing what I'm going to do when I see something happen, and to stand in front of the market and to buy into the plunge is really a daunting task. The limits make it easier because then I can say, well, I'm not being a complete impulsive trader and buying every sell-off. I'm putting the limits in so that at least I can it could be a logical trade, not, oh, I can see the market moving and I'm kind of, I don't want to miss out, or I've seen this before, let me jump on it, right? I thought I saw something in the woods, but you ended up killing somebody. You thought they looked like a deer. Oops. So I get that is a problem. And of course, it depends who you are. Real analytical people are going to say this, I need to have everything in order before it happens. I don't really have to have that. Like on my phone sometimes, I go to the grocery store and I'm like, really? This is selling off again? You motherfucker. So I will buy one case on my phone, which is hard to trade on the phone. There's no script that'll run. And when I get back, I'll put a stop on it. But inevitably, I'm just adding to a swing trade that sucks dick anyways because it's going down, it's going down. So I'm looking at the big picture. Like 20 years I've been looking at Forex, and I'm like, if you play back the strategy test, you'll be amazed how the market just doesn't make sense. So it never made sense to begin with, so I'm not worried about trying to make sense out of it. I'm just looking at the new lows and new highs, and I'm almost in disbelief every time it sells off. I'm like, really? It's got to come all the way back? Like, we cannot get out of this box? No, there's too many people just meandering in this party, in a range. It's just, look at this, it's ranging at an angle down here. But this is really not going anywhere fast. Now, these earlier trades, had you sized them, like I said, I bought this because that's my trade is to buy those new lows. When I bought down here today, so the part of me that's greedy thinks, oh, we came down into this thing, we're going to hit this and we're going to go rocketing up. Right? We're just going to take off and go straight up here. No, got to come back and even go fucking lower. Really? Oh, yeah. Then you get in. And then when it comes back, people don't want to get on. Like when the Swiss franc was depegged, they're like, I don't really want to trade that much anymore. That just went down like 1,000 pips in a nanosecond. I don't think I want to trade that currency pair. I don't trust it. And if this thing starts to drift up tonight and goes into a perfect slow trend trade, people will be still like, I don't know. Even right now, it looks like it's about to tank again. 1 minute chart, so that was a sell there. But how long did it last? And it come down to here, and the 1 minute chart, people ask about the 1 minute chart. Certainly at this broker, you got a half pip spread, you're paying 0.6, so you have a 1 pip cost per ticket here. Listen to this song. They got this fake music. It sounds just like the intro to fucking, I can't remember the name of the song. It's hysterical. Free music where somebody did like a drunken version of so-and-so shreds. Still tanking. Look at that 5 minute chart. So, and the other thing that's really difficult about trading for me is I don't have any patience. That's why I talk really fast. I'm a visual person. Everything for me is all at once, And I don't have the patience for the setup. This may go up, but it may just keep tanking and dripping down, and I'm like, really? And then I feel like I am in a bad relationship. Like, well, it's just going to be one of those relationships. You know the thing. You know what to do. Look, it's going to make a new low even. I think it can keep tanking now. I think it's done. Like I said, I cannot buy every pullback. I got the limits there to get filled, and we'll see what happens. Look at that thing, just the narrowest range on a 1 minute chart, up and down, up and down. Where's the resolution to it? Are we going to keep tanking, or are we going to go up? No, keep tanking. We're going to drip down here. Another flush out. Yeah, I think it's going to keep tanking. That's okay, we'll buy into that. In fact, I'm going to start buying right now at the market. Come to think of it. So I do this on the demo because I'm already in this trade. But I want to run my scalp programs here. A 15 pip stop. I just loaded the wagon right there. That new low. Hopefully we're in about almost $6,000 of margin here. $5,800. So once again, we just bought that new low. Pretty tough. Just keep buying into the new lows. Dollar yen keeps going up. Okay, we're going to update that 5-minute chart in 30 seconds. Still looking for the Stampede North. Haven't got it. I'm always encouraged when I see that thing just nick the wick of the day. I'm like, yeah, that's a nice scalp. Wish you had a shorter time frame than a 1-minute chart. So we just bought that itsy bitsy window down here. Looks like we're going to keep tanking though. One more slice down. Boom. Slice and dice. I'll put some big targets on here. Try to make 60 pips with a 20 pip stop here. Looking for the big giant retrace. Oof. Vicious price action here. Start buying the market here pretty soon. Okay, right now I'm going to come at the market on this 1-minute chart. I'm going to load up again. Try to get to about $6,500 in margin. Almost 6,000. Okay, we're looking for the hyper rally now. Like I said, there's going to be a huge squeeze coming. Well, that's what I'm betting on. Stocks look ready for a rally here on the 1-minute chart. Crude oil starting to tank. Maybe that's gonna. We go with a 5-minute chart on crude, 5-minute chart on NASDAQ. Okay, we got in really heavy here at the new lows. I just kept buying new lows there. Look at this 5-minute euro dollar. Look how deep it is. It's almost it took out almost took out this low from last week, in the middle of last week here. That is a deep discount. Here's the half-hour chart. There's a total buy on that half hour. My God, everything below there. So every time it closes down here in this box, I have to buy it. There's really no way around it for me. You know, you just have to hold on for the swing. It's going to take hours, days. It's going to knock out this resistance. In the meantime, it just keeps tanking. Of course. Which it could for the rest of the day, actually, because now that we've got this meltdown going on. Started over here after London Open, 3 o'clock in the morning, and going down ever since, really, except for this bounce here. So I just accept it, you know. I just accept that people are out of their fucking minds, you know. Got some nice pressure here on the 1 minute building up. But just made a new low, so there you go. Total meltdown. I'm going to start buying some more at the market. I have a 15 pip stop. Plus all those limits I put in are getting filled. So pretty heavy, maybe get into about $8,000 of this thing. $8,000 of margin. I just keep buying. Down about $3,000 on this this demo account, and I've been seriously about almost $3 million of currency, so I expect a drawdown. But they keep tanking it. They keep tanking the euro. Coming up on the close of Europe. Just severe sell-off on the 5. One-minute chart. Bought quite a bit here just now. Got back to $6,000 of margin. 8 pip targets. Look for a scramble. As the London closes, you still got this 1 hour, 10 minutes before the London close. Coming up on 11 o'clock. Markets are closing in Europe. We're going to bang out this black line, go smashing past it. Cash out on my scalps here. Still tanking. Going after that low of the day. Still got 6 minutes before 7 minutes, so plenty of time to sell it off and make a new low here. I think we'll start buying again here. Looks like a double bottom.
critical function.
got into $7,000 of margin. We did it. So I'm riding 7,000, trying to make 14 grand on the retracement here. It's getting so fucking psycho heavy down there. Just psycho heavy with my own account, with this account. Just look at this British pound in the end. So it's a good thing I dumped that trade. So I was up on that trade I dumped out. And it looks like the yen's going to crack here finally. If I look at the changing of the guards coming here. One minute chart. Let's go to the 5 minutes. So we got a lot of. We fell in this giant hole. This is the buy window. So the big insane entry was down here when you hit this. But it's all just super deep, very expensive entry. A lot of range. A lot of tickets in that one. It's 30-minute chart. We need the 30-minute chart to retrace now. Otherwise, it's just going to keep tanking and dripping into the end of the day. So the dream is that it's going to come up to when it cash out. As it goes up, it doesn't have to go up many pips. 8 pips, it'll cash out. And then I put some. I put another hotkey in there. I started buying 3Ks with a big fat target of 28 pips. With an 18 pip stop, I think I put a hotkey on this 28 with an 18 pip stop, a 3K buy at the market. So I loaded that in there, and I just frantically bought just now. Just giga amounts down there. $28 pips is a pretty greedy target, actually. Greed's good though, right? Let's see here. Yeah, so the stack of lines on here, I didn't put that in a file yet. So the indicators are running on the screen. It's so many that I will have to write a list out. The actual template I'm using is the bars change color over time. So basically Europe here is the blue. So 2 o'clock in the morning it goes to Dodger blue. At 3 o'clock in the morning it goes into blue. And then here is 8:30 in the morning, and there's 9:30 stocks open, and the euro just went down. They forced me to buy it. Looks like we're ready for a sell right now again. I suppose you call it trap trading is what I do. I'm just buying into this trap here. Of course, if you're a trend trader, you know, the only chance to really get on the short train was probably right here before it went through the floor. Maybe here, if you wanted to sell it. You need a pretty shallow target, though, because it's really not moving that many pips down. I know it looks like a lot. It's certainly down almost 50 pips off of... yeah, it's down 50 pips from the high of Europe. So we're down 50 pips on the day. So I set my targets to 50. 150 on the swing part of this because I'm looking at the daily charts, believe it or not. So we come down here and the daily doesn't look, it looks like a good buy. But in the long term, right? But right now they're still beating the shit out of it here on the smaller time frame. So I kind of want to scalp out of here with a few pips and then when 12 o'clock comes up and they close Europe, we kind of want to be making a run north here, so we want to take out this high, which is this this pivot thing here, or this floor. So I have a big target there. We should be able to make at least $3,000 back from our huge drawdown. Just monster drawdown. So people ask me, you know, what do you do about that? Nothing. I just start drinking again. But yeah, I'm at 7,000. We just scalped out of something. We're at $7,000 of margin. I'm trying to make $7,000 to take us back to, we're at 6,600, about 6,500. So we're down about 5 grand. So we're trying to make 10 grand. Not on the scalp, but. So this is a 1 minute chart. We're crawling out of the hole here, recovering. A 5 minute chart is like kind of a completely different world, 5 by 5 times. But for that, it's going to be, we got to get to here. Since it's only 11 o'clock in the morning, if we can get to here, and then we just have to go marching north. But it's a really deep sell-off. I expect some type of retracement, but we may not get it. So ideally, we're coming back to here. We can take off half the position. And then I'll come back with more limits to try to buy another retest. But yeah, we're stuck. We're down in this hole. Okay, here comes the retracement. I don't know what's going on, if there's news, but to me it's just order imbalance. So we got a nice punch just now. And we can start taking some of this off the table here. Maybe make 3 grand on the way back out the door. Like I said, Europe closes, and then who knows after that? Maybe it just becomes this big, maybe somebody tweets something and says, yep, we're good. And what happens to crude oil, I suppose, will tell the story here. Crude oil is starting to tank again on the 5, so we could take out this. And crude comes crushing back and NASDAQ takes off, you know. It's possible to make everything that we lost today back and then some. But yeah, this is I'm just trading. I'm just trading the shit out of this thing. And I wrote some new scripts, so I put those in there, and that probably contributed some of the drawdown because it's all experimental. I mean, just new stuff I wrote and just threw it in there just to see if it would work. Wasn't really looking for that trade. Looks like gold's ready for a rally. So that's another do or die moment. It's about 50 minutes till London close. So I want to see that wicked rally to get us above the trees before they close Europe. This looks like a good buy. I actually have limits here that filled. Amazingly, I put those limits in a while ago. And I'm actually long on this guppy out of nowhere. Dollar yen could use a sell off here. Just doesn't want to die. Real die-hard currency pair there. Well, everybody's stalled out here. Crude oil's hemming and hawing in a range here. Not sure what we're going to do there. We need something to trip the wire. Jones tanking. Just waiting again, as you would normally. Yeah, the Dow costs more margin, though, I noticed, to trade the Dow Jones. No, I didn't put it up there. Except the handwrite stuff. Wow. It just takes forever, doesn't it? Up or down. Even if you're short some of this stuff, you're like, oh man. Like, boy, the Bitcoin came roaring back here at the end. Big buy in Bitcoin. I don't know what's going on there. Wow. That is a juicy buy in Bitcoin there. Could just be a total trap. All right, $6,900 a margin. Let's make $6,900. No, not exactly. Not so fast. I'm using all these scalps. These are 2 and 3Ks that have very tight targets. I'm buying the guppy and the pound with it. The guppy would probably stop me out, but 18 pips stopped to make 28. I'm just buying because London's going to close, so I'm kind of doing like the pound here is making new lows for the day. Kind of want to scoop it up before the close of the market. Same thing with the euro to the yen. So I'm buying all the European pairs before Europe closes. Kind of the closing bell panic. So I'm just going to go all in. I got plenty of money. Apparently they let you trade unlimited tickets here. So maybe you get to about $10,000 of margin here really fast for these scalps. So the last half hour before London closes, I'm buying a lot here. Let's see what I'm into. At least 10,000. No? It's too bad that we have to be down $6,000 to make it. So we really loaded in there. It's only 7,200. I'm surprised. I thought it was like 10 grand. Oh, I guess no. Did I lose my limit? Sometimes there's an order limit. Severely long the euro as it plunges, takes out the low of last week, the mid low price. Let's buy 3Ks so we can get to that $8,000 margin requirement. Whoa, the dollar yen just in that 1 minute looks like it's ready to go to Tanksville. That was abrupt. I had this girlfriend once. She was really hot, but she was psychotic. And when I would say stuff, I'd get up too fast, she'd say, "That was abrupt." She was very kind of gentle person. I'm loving this 1 minute chart with this resistance up here on this. That 1 minute chart looks ready to tank to Tanksville. The last train to Tanksville. I'll meet you at the station. Oh my God. So everything's itching for the close of Europe here. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? All right. I'm buying severely still again. Yeah, that's why this guppy is probably gonna tank, so I shouldn't be buying that. I'll just buy the good old-fashioned pound. All right, 5 minutes before the bottom of the hour, and it's going to be crazy time on that half-hour update. Those charts are going to look bizarrely obvious. So if you go to the half-hour chart, if you had the patience to wait for it, I didn't. That's why I bought into the whole fucking plunge. You see, there's a big problem about being impatient. Like, the only cure is to break out the demo account and just start treating it like a fucking rent-a-car. I mean, yeah, how do you deal with that, right? The betrayal of the trend line. Look at this thing, man. I'm so heavy into this trade now. I'm committed like a fucking sociopath in the asylum. Like this chick that said, and then it was $7,500 of margin, pretty good. So we're only down $3,000. We're only down like $3,500 now. We can make it back. So I go to I had this really high-end camera, and I'd taken pictures and stuff, and I parked it on her mantle because it was convenient. You know, I thought I could grab a picture of her son was taking karate classes. That's cute, you know, cute picture and real film, you know. We had a CD of film. I think Kodak would give you prints, and then on the CD they give you some fucking low res. You're better off scanning the negative on a high res Nikon, but you know, this is Kodak or whatever. The still 1 hour photo. I still have that. And when I went to grab the camera, because I knew we were breaking up because she was out of her fucking mind, she came up to me in like a devil voice and said, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Well, I'm packing up my gear." Like she owned the camera now or something. Girls think everything's a gift. So we really loaded up hard here. I got to tell you, that's just really a difficult trade. Like I said, the whole day. We're down like $6,000 into this plunge because I'm very bullish, right? So look at the 1 hour chart here. The only scalp we got was a dead cat bounce here, and then it just went to Plungeville. I just kept saying, "It's okay, I got this," because I did buy into it. We went full retard into that buy, man. There was no way around it, you know. I'm that guy. New lows. Call me, I'm in. But we got to get back to the what did they say in Woodstock? By the time we got to Woodstock, by the time I made money on this trade, so yeah, that's going to be hell to pay if we retrace this. This is the 1 hour chart all the way back to where we fell through the floor on that double bottom. And then engulf the high of the day and then keep going because the Iranians are going to prepare some gyros for Trump, and they're going to fly in. They're going to fly him in on a drone, on a silver platter, probably gold platter, because you know Trump silver's just not good enough. So, and I can see that happening, and I can see the euro going ballistically up. There's peace in the world. And bad will to men and women. Now, every time I see the market behave like this, I think, yeah, but how much longer can we tank? And that's the only reason I'm buying into it. I'm too curious, like, keep tanking? And it's such a strange time. This is Monday after, like, don't forget, man. This trade, so I had enough money from this trade buying this fall out of bed this Sunday night. You got to see where we've been on this thing. It's like a really bad relationship. So I met her at the coffee shop. She seemed to be a nice girl. Didn't know her family was crackheads. So after a while, you know, I'm like, holy shit, they're fucking crackheads. So we had to get out. Look, wait a minute. And I'm not a person who sells, but that person that said they'd like to sell, here's their sell window. It's only about an 8 pip window here because it's the euro dollar. And she doesn't wear makeup, so that's euro dollar. Not a lot of makeup. No, real breasts. Real breasts. It's funny how people's trading style has to adapt to how they perceive the world. Yeah, he's a 20 EMA. You know, she's like 5'3", 110 pounds. I'd like to go beyond that. Otherwise, if something happens to her, I got to carry her, it's going to be a problem because I'm getting very old. Let's get back to the... So this indicator, I'm going to post it. I'll put it in a Discord thing. I should put the Discord on there if somebody wants to come in and call in and complain. But I just love how it picks off what I would normally draw as the latest rooftop. that we know of. And that's way up here. And this is 8:30 to 9:30, which means we're under the floor of the opening. This is the opening of the stock market. Well, if you believe in retracements, or that by the end of the session, by 4 o'clock, we could at least be back to where we fell out of bed, then you could do that scalp. Or you would say, you know what? We fucked up. Let's dump all the scalps here, sit back, and at that point I would come in with buy limits beneath here. So this is a real rinse and repeat thing. And so you're asking, how do you get to 1,000? Well, you got to take the $80, you got to take the 20, you got to take the 10, you got to get stopped out in the rack in there. And other than, you got to find it just like, so if you find yourself, well, what I'm doing here is kind of fantasy trading because I'm running my scripts that I wrote. I'm actually long the euro dollar on a swing trade, but here I'm saying I'm going to buy that plunge, or I'm going to place limits down there, and I'm going to. So it's the same psychology. I feel the same way about the trade, even though it's a demo, and I suppose I'm recording it, so people are saying, well, you fucking nuts buying down there. Yeah, I suppose that's the issue, I get a lot of criticism buying these plunges, but yeah, you could blow up the account, or you could lose $3,000, but I made enough money, and this account started with $50,000, and I made $12,000 or about $15,000 in one day on NASDAQ. If you remember those psycho moves a few weeks ago, I didn't even have a script. I just started buying at the market, like either 1Ks, which is plenty, and I just loaded up. Okay, we're cashing out finally on something here. I'd like to make at least $3,000. I want to see this get to about 6,500. So we actually be up $1,000 on the day from where we started. If this comes ripping back, I'm not going to move my targets. So I want to cash out into the obliteration when stocks opened. I'm always bullish, so I thought, well, I'm just buying this pullback. Stocks are open. But apparently, the whole time stocks are open, it's been a crush back to the starting gate. Here the stocks had to crush these people just a moment ago. I didn't track this, but if you're a NASDAQ person and you put your scripts in here on this lonely wick, on the 15, that's your entry, right? So that's the market maker entry, or the stop hunt entry, or the smart money entry. But like I said myself, I'm kind of aggressive. I'm going to buy everything from here down and just fucking rinse and repeat that whole zone. So once you get used to trading on scripts, and you can get a hotkey keyboard, which I am running the hotkey keyboard right now actually, because I'm buying. I have a hotkey assigned. You just hold down the key. I don't need a mouse to trade, If you trade like that, and I'd be cashing out of something if I'd bought down here, because this doesn't necessarily have to keep going up. And if you're in really big, you want to get up and up, because it's just too expensive to hold on to the NASDAQ for a swing trade. They could just blow you out of that position. So it certainly matters, I mean, I don't know how people actually trade that shit, and I wouldn't do it unless I had a script that I knew lasted about maybe I'll see if the broker lets me put a 5-minute expiration. If you put a grid of orders in that expire in 5 minutes, that's the ultimate way to capture a spike in NASDAQ, because there's no way you could pull the trigger fast enough, and they only last 5 minutes. Your exposure is 5 minutes. I'm willing to risk $80 for 5 minutes. You did the math on the script. Slippage could maybe be bad. And you just have to keep doing that. So to me, I don't know if you call that algorithmic trading, but I've got this many ways to get in the market. Now, what I'm probably never, ever going to do is enter on a stop, because I'd rather just be in the market underwater waiting for the market to just go my way. Only because, to me, it's too late. I want to step in front and buy new lows. It's really hard to do. I wouldn't say it is risky in the sense that those are typically big moves when it tanks, and a lot of people, especially in the yen. Now, if you try that in the yen, you're probably going to blow up the account unless there's enough money in it. There's no fucking way you survive it. Here's the yen on the 1 minute. It looks like it's just about to roll over and play dead and tank. But take a look at the wicks here on the yen. I mean, this is a 25 pip grid. Look at this shit. But when this stairway comes tumbling down, it's going to be hell to pay, I suppose, at some point. Look at this thing. This is the daily yen. That's just mind-blowing. 40-year high. Right? Is that what they said? 40-year high? All-time high? It's going into the northern abyss. It's on a never-ending journey north. Let's go back to the 1 minute. Look for it to some crack, fall apart maybe. No. Pulling back on the 1 minute. Is it going to start tanking? Any minute now. Yeah, so we're done buying here, I guess. We're going to wait now, see if they stop me out or we can actually recover. Recovery. Therapy. That's what the girl needed, therapy. I drove her to her therapy, you know. She's so cute. She broke my heart. She's cute but insane, and those are the best, you know. Because they're really like, they're spontaneous people. I think serial killers are less spontaneous. They're more planned out about everything. You gotta be careful of that. People are too planned out, you know. Sleeping with the enemy. Your towels are just too arranged, too tightly arranged, your towels in your bathroom. You got starch in the towels in the bathroom. All right, 20 minutes to the close of London. What do we got? Are we up or down? Retrace or die? I should have put a poll up. People run polls and stuff. It's so funny, man. People try so hard to have a YouTube. I saw this guy have a new. Everybody has the cliche background and the. I got a list of books behind me. How to Stop Kicking My Dog. You've read that one? I guess I could just do some yoga breathing or something that we're supposed to do. You're not supposed to lean in. Bill Williams says don't lean in front of your computer. You cut off the oxygen to your desktop computer, which exists above your neck, which is a very good computer. You know, people have thought they could just use machine learning to go find me a good trade. I just can't imagine, really. I believe the Earth's flat before that could happen. That's my litmus test. How flat is the Earth? Well, I'm not saying it's completely flat, but it looks flat when I'm in my car. Well, that's all that matters, son. What you see out your windshield. That's my dashboard. Is this fucking template I wrote. I don't think I have the patience for it, though, really, honestly. You know, I remember the dashboard thing. I downloaded this thing for free. This is about 15 years ago, and it was free. I thought, how cool. And it had all the time frames and meters running, and like, okay, well, this one's strong, that one's weak. Wait till they're all strong and get in. And I thought, oh yeah, it sounds right. But then everybody's already joined the parade. You're the last guy at the party, and the cops are showing up. Thank you very much. Thanks for the signal. I'll email you a signal when it's okay to buy the dollar yen. Okay, I'll get right on that. You know, I was in my car when I got that signal. I wasn't able to put the trade on. I put a little bit on my phone. I pulled the trigger, but kind of disappointed. I wish I could have bought more down there. How do we know this would be a good place to get in? Because it's a new low. It's that stupid, I suppose. Can it be more complex? I suppose it could be that too. That's why people want, because it's such a boring game that people have invented all these things to look at. Prettier stuff. Like the Akanashi. Oh my god, that's brown. That looks red. I'm colorblind as hell, so that's not working out for me. But basically, we're just buying in this box. This is like the value zone, I think I call it. Right there. Everything under this. Well, you really should have sold up here. It's in a downtrend, you know. And that's the whole problem with that, because one guy's exit's another guy's entry. And depending what time frame you're on, you could both be right. You both make the same amount of money. One guy's selling into your reversal point. The swing traders are trading with a 75 pip stop. Scalpers have a 15 pip stop. There's plenty of stuff here. You could have, if you have a really, you could have sold every rally in this downtrend here. You could say, well, this is my bias. It's in a downtrend. Absolutely. But you got to still have your finger on the trigger, ready to pull that trigger. And then what do you do when it goes screaming up here? Now, you probably want to run tight sell limits all day long in a downtrend like this. And you'd be short. You would have made money. And I don't know what your targets are, but you would have got it picked up on this trade, obviously. Any kind of rally like that would have snagged your trailing sell limits that expire in an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. But then at what point, at what point? If you're going to trade the London breakout, you're sitting there, you really could put buy stops and sell stops around this blue. It's not really that. I mean, that's the only time I would trade a breakout. But you still got to take profits up here. Otherwise, what the fuck's the point? It's not like it's going to keep going to the moon. We all think that, and when we see that, oh, we're up on that trade and that strategy works, and there's so many strategies that anything that starts to make money, you think, well, that's the ticket. Let's just keep doing that trade until it chops out both. Like you run too tight of stops on this, it chops out both legs, and you're just sitting there holding nothing. And if you look at it here on the half hour, yeah, you would have bought, like you could make the argument it's touching the 100 here and buying, and then it looks like it's going to keep going up. But then what happened? Oh my God. I put this moving average on here to just prove moving averages really are just completely silly. Unless you just say, well, it's an overall look that it's in a downtrend, but you fucking didn't know that? I mean, just look at our equity. We're down. Like, I know I'm in a downtrend. I'm underwater, dude. Like, I'm down like $1,200 right now. I think I know we're going down. Okay, we're back. We're only down $4,000 now. We're still holding $7,500 of margin, so we absolutely see a scramble north here to the all these black lines that are stacking up. We kind of want to be in the middle of the delta of this whole thing, for me to make money, for the bulls, So this stack, we cleared out all that stuff, and now we have pressure above us to clear out, and that's that big fat resistance built off a 5-minute chart. Here's it built off a 1-minute chart. We're trapped in this narrow range on the 1-minute chart. The 1-minute chart's like Bollinger Bands, just literally support and resistance off of every fucking minute. Max zoom out in MetaTrader. Look at that nice 1 minute selling into that 100 period moving average. It works great. 100 period moving average. You want to scalp 100 period on the 1 minute chart. That's the ticket. But then it doesn't, want to get choppy like this, right? Not so much. But look at this beautiful I'm not even sure what session that is. If I turn off the dots, let me just turn off the dots so you can see the color. An indicator called line dot here. Let me just turn that off so you can see the color. You can see the session times in the zoomed out view, which is kind of neat. So you can actually still see, here's the there's the European, here's the news. I can zoom in one level. That's the 1 minute chart. You can exactly see minute by fucking minute what you could do, because you can now see right there is when 8:30 the news came out of Canada. You could buy right there. Let's capture this into the 100 period moving average, and that's your trade for the day. You're done. Right? Very short, in and out burger, right? Maybe beat up the employees a little bit while you're at it. You got extra time. So I've stripped out. So here's another chart. Let me just show you this one. Actually, I like this chart better. So there's variations on this template. This is nothing but the range and the current price. That's all that matters to me, is the current price. It's just, that's all there is to it. And I can make that ball a little bit bigger even. So here's the fall out of bed. So the problem with the line chart, there's too much narration in my mind. When I look at it, I kind of get distracted. But if you think about buying this area and selling this area, you're not worried about, oh, is it a double top on the line chart? And there's no other data than range. There's no close left behind to look at and assess. In this thing, you could see if you place buy stops here, this makes you think about stop entry, this chart. So yeah, I guess if you're a beginner trader, right? But think about limit entry. You're buying new lows. Fuck the close. Fuck the open. That's just the range. Would you buy that? And it's a lot simpler to trade like this. Candlestick charts suck such giant dick that it's almost like it's, I mean, I see so many candlestick charts. It's just so grating on the nerves, because people are, your brain's looking for hammers and dragonflies, and it's too much work. It's just too much destruction in my frontal lobe. Look how clean this 1 minute chart is. Oh, it just made a new high. No, really? How could you tell? So we need the march north now. We got 10 minutes before the close of Europe. We want to see a spike up so we can recover at least $3,000 of our drawdown. Now we're only down $3,000 now, so we're coming back. We're in $7,000 of margin. If we make 20 pips, we can make another, we can make $7,000. Plus, look at this chart here. If I go to the 1 hour chart, I can see, I can zoom out and see all the trades in here, all this drama. Are you going to get in during the black session? Yes. So if I was going to build a position, I'm like, dude, we're buying right here. So Sunday night, was it really any surprise that if you, like here, doesn't mean it's going to go to the moon, but I'm going to put my position on here because look at the breakout of this one. That is such a ratio that's so insane. Look at that. Now, it didn't go to the moon after that. Keep going, but holy shit, right? You can run very tight stops here. This is the most amazing entry of all time, and I did get down on here, and I'm actually still holding garbage from down here because I'm so bullish and I believed in this 100 period moving average bullshit here. But look how it went sideways, and people, well, it's just not going up at the right angle. You just don't know how to use it. Get the fuck out of here. You're in the wrong time frame for that. So we go to the 5 minute, go to the 1 minute. We see all these. Now we gotta start hitting this shit on the way back really hard. But it's like a tick chart, really. Without the closing price, we just have the range here. We had the time of day it is. You can precisely see on this 1 minute chart, top tick Tommy, after the news came out on Canada. You could have snipered that and sold every touch into this 100 period moving average, but now this closing, the current price is all that fucking matters to me. So this kind of occurred to me in a big aha moment with me and Anthropic about 4 weeks ago. I said, well, I started looking at these charts going, I don't want to see that. I want to see just the current price is a big ball. Is the ball in the box? I'm actually, the whole time I'm thinking, could I show somebody how to do this that doesn't know anything about trading? Could you, as long as the ball's in the box, pull the trigger? Well, this ball was in the box. Every hour the ball's in the box, buy. Just because. You put on Anita Baker and you put on, she sings Just Because. And the other thing is, if you're not in the market yet, would you buy here on a limit grid? Sure. This narrative about, well, we got I don't know. People have so much stuff to worry about. Don't worry about it. You want to trade that 100 period moving average, knock yourself out, but you better have your finger on the trigger right here to nail it and get out. Because if you wait till the end of the day, we may be all the way back to your entry, and it's not, letting your profits run is fucking stupid. Okay, we're pulling back to the breakout point. This little baby breakout here, we're underneath it now. Yeah, I just thought, why in the fuck are we looking at these candlestick charts? Fuck that shit. And people are like, well, I watched these people, these so-called snipers with the candlesticks. You gotta watch the tick chart, dude. Candlestick, like if I had a 5-second chart, I'd be watching that. Maybe I can have Anthropic build me a 5-second synthetic chart. I'm sure it could. Because really, if you're going to live in that world, look at this baby pullback here. 1 minute chart. The 1 minute chart is like too clunky. No sniper. Be caught dead on the 1 minute chart. So but look at that pullback. So here I can think, would I buy more? Sure. And look at all this stops to be hit, like all the bulls. There's their pressure stacking up on the other side. So we want to be in the delta of the 15. Like the 15 to me is a swing trader's kind of view. If you zoom out just right, you see this crush today. I mean, fuck me, that's brutal. And then if you go to the half-hour chart and zoom in. You have to get the right context and perspective here, but without regard to, just talking session to session there's no doubt that people that have bought into this plunge are going to get out where the buying began, which is, I believe, this line, typically. So it's 5 minutes till the close of London here. You could certainly spike up there or just drift up there, and then when London's actually closed and it's pure US, and all you're going to need is like a slightly favorable tweet like, yeah, we haven't blown up all the bridges yet. Because to me, the only explanation for these kind of moves is that this big void left behind, it's a problem. But we're trying to retrace it now and make back our drawdown of $4,000 coming into that. It was kind of brutal. No, sir, didn't like it. But like I said, we really are maybe even make more money because we doubled down like a Democrat on this. Plus, we can start to zoom out a little bit to the 1 hour and think a little bit more like, looks more like a Lego set here. Now, to me, man, session trading, like if you want to do the auction theory, it's painfully obvious on here. And this, so the yellow is 8:30 to 9:30. This is 2 hours of stocks. At noon, we're going to turn into fire brick. So when London closes, we're going to go fire brick on this. That's the color Windows is calling it. No need to get a fire extinguisher, but so you can see it start right there on the 5 minute. It'll start turning fire bricks. So everything's going to turn. The 15, the 1 hour, it'll all turn right here. So we got in before the London close inside of this box. And we're just going to have to hold that until 5 p.m. Well, just see what happens. I don't think I want to buy now. Some people will buy here saying, okay, we're inside of the thing and the thing, or they'll put a buy limit in now, which I could put a buy limit in now. The other thing, we're actually work trading, even though you can analyze the market and actually say, yeah, it looked like we were going to do that. You can make all the calls, but could you execute them? Could you put the tickets in? And it's it's a lot of work. That's why I did the double click scripts, and I have this ability to, so I'll show you the grid I wrote. This is literally going to put in a grid because every 3 pips. On a 3 pip grid, not on price, so it's not buying. If I click this again, it's going to put in another grid in the exact same place, but I noticed this way I can be more, so I had Anthropic write these for me. I said, I want to get in on a grid, but I actually want to nudge some of the orders. So inside the script, I'm getting in on a 5 pip grid, but I can actually put a order 2 pips below the 5 pip grid. So I've traded for that, like a lot of the scalping I do on my real account that are new. So right now we're coming up on the top of the hour. I would drop this grid with a 15-minute expiration, and I can make about $20 in the blink of an eye. I'm going to do it again, and I can put a filter so it won't drop the grid so tight, but that's the exact same script. Now it's dropping the grid really close, 3 pips, because the spread is a half. It's going right to the nearest 3 pip grid right now, the nearest 3 pip grid. So if I go to the 1 minute chart, and I keep double clicking this, it's stacking up on the same price, which I'm not too crazy about, but the runaround, the workaround is to write the 5 pip grid entry. So this is buying on the 5s, and that's going to buy on the 7s. But I got to have Anthropic write it so I can buy on the 5.5, so I can actually get a high resolution diversification of order, because this is literally buying, unless I write a different script. But they're easy to write because I could just write a 2 pip grid with a different, so the node on here is so big that it actually is deep. Plus I can have one that's 20K, but these are all 7Ks. Pending beneath me for the top is 15 minutes, then it's like 30-minute expiration, then 90 minutes. So the expirations here are, the really deep ones last for hours. Now that's the idea that if you walk away, okay, now it's just turned fire brick on us. Now it's now officially London close. And I expect some kind of pullback. But this would be the launching point for the whole rally to come. So I'm always kind of, like I said about the bad relationship, I'm always hoping she's going to say, no, I actually do like you. Oh, really? Oh, man, I've brought you so many fucking cappuccinos and you spilled most of them on me, but really? So here's now it's pure U.S. markets, which could take us to here, this big fall out of bed pivot, which is only like, I don't know, 5 pips away. But like I said, my targets are so tight on this, I should be cashing out. We should be up about $1,000 now. No, not really. We are here though. We cashed out, so we're getting back to, we got to get back to 6,500 was where we at before we started getting in. Now it's crushing north. It's 5 minutes after London closed now. We have to hit target here just to lighten the load on the account because we overdid it. I get very excited too. That thing is when I see a sell-off like that, I think, oh my God, this is going to be the swing trade of the year. It's also the 2-hour crush where you're just like, really? It's going to keep tanking? I still can't even understand why it's such a hard move. So we took about 500K off the table there just in that little rally. We're looking for a drift up tonight. Hopefully there's going to be a panic here at 5 minutes after London close where we're able to crush into this. It'd be nice to see a real hysterical run into here in the next 3 minutes. It seems like the markets are so extreme at the edge, and then it's just unbelievable that this turns out being just nothing but a wick in the past. A hammer of the past on the candlestick chart. Okay, we're getting out. Thank Jesus. Yeah. Like I said, we got 2 more minutes to spike into here. Stocks are on their way north. Crude's about to tank, and finally, as soon as London closed, the dollar yen is starting to tank right there. So you can definitely wait for noon on that one. I don't like to chase. I wanted to be in before they closed London there. Bitcoin is on a fire, man. I like that. That's good for my trade. I think they can destroy the dollar finally. I mean, now we really could get the most amazing sell-off tonight in dollar yen as they go into your Asian session tonight. This trade kind of went nowhere. British pound still stuck down here. As soon as that crude oil snaps on this 5-minute chart and starts to collapse into this void, it could really be quite. Look at this thing just ready to go crushing down again. Crude oil's gonna tank. Looks too bullish on this. You go to the bigger time frames, it looks like a buy. Stuck up here. 1 hour crude. If it slices through there, it could slice down there. But I think the scalpers have had their fun with it. You kind of sold by and just flat at the end of the day. It's just stalled out in the middle here. We need the euro to go up, oil to go down, gold's got to go up. Gold looks itching to make a nice move up there. Going to take out the highs from the European session. So when London was open, we're kind of breaking out of the London session. I look at it like that because they closed now. This is US only. So the pressure's off from Europe now. Really want to see this yen collapse. I can't believe this thing can just have this much. Who's buying it up here? Are you fucking nuts? That's the other thing. I just resent stupidity. So I'd look at it and go, like, who the fuck? What in the hell? I think I'm going to save this as a template because I like it better now. Actually, I don't mind running this template at all. With the closing prices, all that matters is now. Until later. Let's see, this is my favorite template. Number 1. It's the number 1 template. Everybody uses it. Don't you know? Look at that thing screaming into the fucking price level here. Just pop this thing. Okay, it's almost 7 after. Maybe by 1 o'clock we could be up there. Well, don't get carried away. I'm so bullish. Let me load that magical template over here on the yen. I want to watch the yen drop through the support levels. The satisfying destruction of the dollar yen. I can see I got to get a different fucking audio situation. See, look how beautiful that is. That's the news. Here's the U.S. Open, London close. It just looks so smooth. It just looks, man, this is a vicious market. So on this market, you're going to need some deep pockets. You'd like to trade this dollar yen. So that's a 25 pip grid on the right, marking off all the levels. It's wicked. It's brutal. We want to see it tank though right now. 1 minute chart. That ball's got to crush into this, start taking out these lines. Stock market's going for a run here. I don't have it. It's a different template for the NASDAQ because those handles would just not work out. The price scaling's too fucked here. Let me just load it on here though. It's just less. It's easier on my brain. Be honest with you, when I look at charts, to be honest with you, I look at it like I'm looking into the forest. Oh, I think I see a squirrel. By the time I get home, I used to go on used to do things, go out and do things, and people would say, "Hey, you want to go out to this? You want to go to the park and go sightseeing?" And when I got home, I was so exhausted because I actually recorded everything I saw. I was taking note in my mind. So I noticed that I was easily overwhelmed, and that I just had to keep everything kind of. Look at that dollar yen falling through the floor. Oh yeah, bye-bye. The other thing is that your mind is more focused on what time of day it is here, what you could expect. It just, as much as I like analyzing and saying, would you do this if that, it's too much information. It's entirely too much. It's 10 minutes after now. People are making a move now. I'm going to go to the 5-minute charts. Then I can use the 5-minute chart easier too because it's clean. I don't have to look at all that fucking nonsense. So I know if I wait till U.S. markets, there might be another new low I can buy and scalp that. If I'm in the giant trade, the big swing trade, it's probably not going to matter too much there. I kind of want to put the template on here. But I got to save a version with a no grid here first. Let me take the grid off of this one. I'm not going to use it. But see, this is a 50 pip drop on the 5-minute chart, zoomed out. 50 pip drop on the pound. Could it retrace 25 pips? That's the question. How many pips are you trying to make is the big question always. I'm just going to take off this indicator, the grid, and then I'm going to save a different template. grid off. There it is. So I saved this as my Bitcoin gold. It trades all the currencies, all the instruments that have such a brutal different price scaling. So when you write a script for that, you know, that's also a lot of work too. And trading's supposed to be this way that you make money just by having a thought of about analyzing the market really well. Look how that just has that beautiful pressure of all that and just price. There's nothing else to worry about on this chart. Current price. Can the ball make it north? Ball Traders, Anonymous. All right, I'm going to put this same template across everything. I assume that we're making money now. We'll take a look at the balance later, but I'm really kind of excited about a clean. And it was funny because every time I had Claude do an edit for me, Claude would say, oh, that's a much cleaner way to do it. Duh. That's what I'm here for. It sounds like Haley, this intro here. Love that song. She can actually sing, even though there's auto-tune on that. I just put the wrong template in there. Actually, this is not a bad template. This is 25 pip template on NASDAQ. So if you want to trade NASDAQ, that's what 25 pips looks like on the 5-minute chart. Are we about to fall? Is that ball about to fall into all these levels here? I do believe. I do declare it could happen. I'm going to put Bitcoin. It's going to get the same template. I fucked that up, really? Boy, I thought I saved the right template for. Oh, you know what it is? It's all the price levels, I think. Oh well, we blew up the chart. I don't know what happened there. I just put an old template in there. At least the handles here on the are 1,000. I'm sorry, it's like a fucking $10,000 handles on that Bitcoin down there now. So that's a completely different chart. Gold chart. Yeah, I don't know what I did there. I thought I saved the right template. Oops. I must still have the grid in here. Let me take a look. Yeah, I didn't delete it. I don't know why. I did delete it, but I guess I got out too fast. Here, let me start over. Save template. Here we go. Looks easy until you try to do it. Handle-free templates. So the only handles on here are the price levels that the market has created, the past highs and lows projected into the future. So we can see where the pressure's at. Boy, this poor computer really fighting to do OBS and put in these templates. Just look how fucking stupid easy this chart is to read. Here's the 15-minute. Here's all your resistance. Here's all your support. But not really, because really that would be where I'd kind of want to sell into the resistance. Sell resistance, buy support. The big picture here, I think everybody's losing their mind about on the S&P, and I said that I would on Friday. I go, oh my God, I'd be buying that thing. So I was looking at the daily chart. I was actually looking at the weekly chart. This has got one more gust of wind left to the north, I think. And that's going to be some kind of fucking move, right? And then I would definitely be selling above here, the all-time high, of course. Look how ferocious this thing is, and I think this is the tariff sell-off. Yeah, this is the tariff sell-off. Let's go to the 1 minute chart. Refresh that. Oh, I think I blew it up. Yeah, it's too much math. Oh, fuck, here I gotta do a scale fix and unfix. I kind of did too far of a zoom out. It was too much for it. Couldn't take it. I had to rescale it. Okay, so you locked out of that. All right, there's the 1 minute. Let's go to the 1 minute NASDAQ. 1 minute crude above me. 1 minute euros hitting the target zone now, cashing out. Now we need the patience also to ride the giant swing here. We want crude to tank. 1 minute crude oil here. All the stops are stacking up to get hit on both sides. All right, we cashed out of something. Let's see where the equity's at. We need to get the account to $70,000 because we got hammered, so we need to make at least $4,000 today. We were in a $5,000 drawdown, about $6,000 I think for a second. We're only down about 1,700 now. Holding on to $5,000 in margin. So we cashed out of about 700K. Now we're just going to hold the swing portion of this into the night. Hopefully we can scalp something into the close of 5 p.m. and then after that, you know, this guppy looks like it could come back into here by the time 5 p.m. rolls around. I don't think that's impossible. Stock market looks a little stalled out on the 1 minute, but that's the 1 minute. That's all the, here's the 5 minute. 5 minute NASDAQ. 100 period linear weighted moving average. Better than VWAP. You get your finger on the trigger, sell, sell, sell. I might actually do that trade. Sell, sell, sell. You got targets, scalp, 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 scalp. And then look at this. The news comes out, and what do you know? They take out the low of Europe. Now that one, I'm not sure how big a range that is, but you could place pendings in there and just in and out of that box and be over. You don't even have to be there for the trade. You know, you could look back probably on the well, there's actually no look back. I think is that a new low? I can't see. Yeah, it's a 4-hour chart, so yeah, no, that was last week that we went down there. So really, this last wick back, it looks nasty, but that is not the big low from here. We're way up from there. It's just really hard to see when you're this. it's just such a nutty. But this is definitely what you call the triangle stuff. And if you take this out, it would be like if gas goes to $1.50 a gallon, stocks would probably take out this high. It seems like fundamentally. But gold might tank because, you know, it's so cheap to drill gold out of the ground at that rate. That's the argument for gold prices, that it's based on how much it costs to dig it out of the ground. Here's the gold chart. I do think this thing could definitely take off. Look at this weekly gold chart. Touching the 100 period, we're actually, current price is slightly below the 100. What a monster. All the gold bulls. Monthly gold chart. Still in an uptrend. Mind blowing. It's a good buy on gold here. If you actually want to own it, it's a deep discount. Did I accidentally delete that chart? No. I guess I did delete it. Oops. Holy shit, it's all fucked up. Here, let me load my template. Here's a cute little template. This is just closing prices only. The same session idea. It really depends what you want to see. I kind of like this raw dog closing only, and then we can just, we don't have to look back to the left and have our brain destroyed by all the possibilities we missed. One minute NASDAQ, 1 minute on everything here, 1 minute crude. Let's everybody go to the 1 minute chart. So as we come into the close of the day, I'm just going to go to the 1 minute chart on everything. Get that dialed in view. You can also see the session thing there. Still see the sessions. You got a triangle here on Bitcoin. 1 minute chart. It's in an uptrend, man. 1 minute chart, people ask about it. You know what? This is the only 1 minute chart I can actually look at because it just is so like smooth. It's just, you know, I can zoom out even. Look at that. I can still see London session on here, just a hint of it. If I zoom out one more level, I can see the whole London session. 1 minute chart. That's fucking unreal. You normally can't. When you zoom out on candles, it's just a fucking mess. Boy, that crude's itching for a rally. I can actually make the screen bigger, but I've got other stuff on the screen. Wow. Bottom of the hour is coming. We could hit our target here. Scalp out. 4 minutes before the bottom of the hour. Wrapping it up here into the European close. Gold looks ready to make a run for the border north. And so does crude oil. But there's nothing below here. Got to go to the 5 minutes to see any of the price levels. So I'd put my buy limits. I always put my buy limits where all the voids are down here. So once again, if you're trying to do that 500 to 1,000, you just pick out. This is $4 to make $5, and how are you going to space them down here? I'd say that's the easiest way to do it. For a pending, set it and forget it. You don't have to babysit the chart. So you'd be long right now, underwater. You maybe lose about $75. If you walked away with orders sitting in here, but actually we didn't fall too far into this abyss, so I don't know how many you would have got filled on. How dense did you put them in? You kind of need a mouse to drop them precisely with your hand, but if you run a double click limit order entry, you could just do that while you're driving your car. Just reach over, hit your tablet, lay a grid in there, and just say to yourself, "Man, if they drop it 20 pips, I'm going to be long. You know, as soon as they go down 20, I'll be in." I just closed the whole fucking program down there. I hope it didn't ruin my broadcast. So yeah, that's the trick, you know. And this is such a beatdown on a Monday. It's almost a classic kind of. It's like still Sunday night kind of illiquidity here, but of course it's illiquid. There's a big hole here that needs a fill-in. Look at the stair step on the 1 minute chart. Pound to the dollar. We got to clear out that. Take a ride north on that one. This is going to take forever now. Just seems like it after that very fast sell-off. So we can still buy into this, into the close, but I'm already long. I just have to wait for this thing to break these resistance levels. Kind of want to buy some at the market here. We still haven't hit that target window. And the 1 minute chart looks possible here by 1 o'clock and then another half hour. So is U.S. markets only now into the close. And then when Asia, in the Asian session, if we can make it up into here, we'll be cashing out for certain on that. But as these markets seem to just really befuddle people, how they relentlessly run from stem to stern with no really logic that people can put to it. The only thing that explains it is auction theory. So if the market was so great here and everybody loved it to death at that price, then explain why we came all the way back down, not only to like the starting gate, but we went below, and we even went fucking down here. So, like, make it make sense. And I think people are trying too hard to make it make sense because, yeah, if you look at this move from, I'm just going to put my mouse over it. I can't draw on this thing. from here to here, that's just as nutty as any other smash and grab on this chart. So to get perspective, kind of got to zoom out on the 1 hour. If you zoom way out on the 1 hour, maybe not that far. So I can see the, I'd say it's drifting up. That's why I bought it. But on the 1 hour, you can see these holes. And now there's pressure building up here. So if we come down, now we got to hunt down these lines. And eventually, if we live long enough, come back to this price. But there's so much to go on the way to that place. And that's, that's so far away. Look at the 4 hour chart. That is so far away. 4 hour chart looks fantabulous. I got to tell you, this on the 4 hour chart, wow. It does make it look like, and I'm adding along the way too, daily chart's kind of a mess, but I can zoom out on the 4 hour chart and actually see, oh yeah, right now this is all of the, we're in such the reason why I'm in the swing trade, let me explain myself, because this is such a tight zone that if we do come back up, we can just go long for about, well, I took off the grid, so I'll put the grid back up here. So you got to price the trade too. It's a 25 pip grid, so if I zoom out, yeah, that's going to be 75 pips just to get to here. This is like 150 pips away now. I kind of just want to make 25 to 50 pips, although I do see that as a possible long-term target. Here's the 4 hour. So this is going to turn black at 4 p.m. And then we just have Asia. So we're still in fire. We'll be in red until the close. Until 4 o'clock we'll be red. So by the time stocks close, it'll go black. And then maybe there's some continuation, or maybe we just scream up and then the pullback, we can buy more when it pulls back. And there is a black session for us to hop on board. Coming back to the Asian, the breakout of after London closed here, we broke out. It's a 5-minute chart. This is a place to buy. I'm going to buy a little bit. I'm going to buy my big tickets. So I'm buying about, I just bought 20K there. Uh-oh. Buying a 3K with an 18 pip stop. To make 18. Do you really want to stop? No. There's a cute little double bottom here. Look at the weekly chart, makes you think about, man, this thing could really just spend the rest of the year going up. Because you came back into this, I know it looks like a candlestick here, but it's only because I have so many fucking orders in the market. But just say no to candlesticks, people. But yeah, this buy here, so you're right at the threshold. You're just kind of like, that's a weekly chart. So we've been dipping in this window for how long now? Can we just leave the station? But apparently not. 15-minute euro. No, I like this because I can always zoom out. If I get lost and where I'm at structure-wise, I just go like this and I say, geez, I don't know, this 15-minute chart. It looks like we're going to pounce on here and come back to this last known support that we destroyed. Right at the 25-yard line, actually. So we bought this 25 pip crush window and we're holding for a rally into this 25 pip northern window, and we're going to scale out of that. And then hopefully we can hold it until we take out the high of the week, which is about 75 to 100 pips north of us. That's from the bottom, depending where you got in. The 1 minute chart. Got a buy on the 100 period moving average on the 1 minute chart here. Sniper entry on that 100 period moving average. I love this void fill is trailing behind. It gives a nice black background to the. So yeah, that pressure levels on this 1 minute chart, you know, if you're a scalper, it's like fucking, you can just see we're about possibly trip out, break that, and there's your trusty moving average. Better than VWAP. VWAP is the biggest fucking myth in trading, in the trading world. All right, man, let's go. Slight stop out of that one little wick got tagged there. Did crude oil ever tank? Crude oil went up in top tick Tommy people, I think. Is NASDAQ going to make a run for the northern border here? It looks like dollar yen's about to tank. There goes NASDAQ, 1 minute chart. All right, let's have some fucking price action. Looks like it's down. Again, what a surprise. So the swing trade's there to make long-term profits. The scalp's there to make the short-term profits. But yeah, everybody wants to probably make money. Some kind of money every day, but like it's really a lot of work on the 1 minute chart there, and even on that you gotta wait. Okay, we're just drifting now. Stocks look like they need to make a decision. Are we gonna take out the high of the day, or are we going to take out the low of the day? You make the call. It looks like we could bust through this resistance up here, maybe. Uh-oh, big sell-off. News must have just come out. Look at that wick. We could have bought that. Now what is it? Is the war over? Look at that drama. I don't know if I had orders in on that. Man, look at crude oil. What's going on? Somebody tweeted, look at this. Look at the whole markets are coming unwrapped now. What do you think it was? I think I'm going to buy. Look at that. Fuck. Let's buy that fucker. They won't let me. What was that? That was crazy. Did anybody hear the tweet on that one? I should run my grids on this one. Since it's so frantic, I'm going to put my limit grids in here. It's literally going to buy on 3 pips here. Actually, all those grids I put in there are actually they probably got filled actually. Because I forgot I put a big rack in there when I was describing them. Look at the 1 minute euro. Yeah, so we might have got filled on that. Look at this. Look at the drama here, dude. Man, that's a kickback. Whew, that was frantic shit, man. I was looking at my account when I saw that happen. But yeah, crude oil kind of got a little spiky there. Some kind of Iraqi news there. Has to be. So they kind of stopped these people in the oil market, stomped them out. I'm going to run this 3 pip grid over here. So those pendings, that's when they really make money, is that kind of like, I can't, there's no way you can fucking pull the trigger on that wick. It was so fast. It was so frantic, I don't know. It's got to be some fucking news with Iran here. No, I don't see anything. Oh, here you go. Every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over. Secretary of State of War. Yeah, so they're going to kick their ass. It's very good for the euro, actually. Even though there's volatility, we're all going to be very relieved when these fucking psychotic fucks with too many toys are dead. So I say buy. I'm going to buy at the market here. Let me use my trusty... I didn't get stopped. It looks very dramatic because it was a 1 minute chart. All right, let's go north. Let's kick some ass. Oh, buy some military stocks. Crude oil is coming back hard now. I think crude oil will tank eventually. So you see that spike, that lower right chart? That's 1 minute crude. I'm just buying like crazy here on the euro dollar. Yeah, that was crazy town. Big spike down. So bought that at the market just now. I'm not sure if we ever got filled on those limits. Not looking at the account that closely. You can buy some more at the market right now. 1 minute chart. Euro dollar. 8 pip target. crude oil could just totally go smashing down now after it's spiked up. Kind of just take out this low, like a total reversal. That'll give us more fuel for this to make it into the close. Now that Trump said something, that's another thing, is that everybody's waiting for him to talk about it, you know? Cause they're just fucking beating the shit out of these people. Well, these are the fucking most retarded people in the world. Yeah, the flat earthers don't believe in 72 virgins, you know. Why do they be virgins? How about 72 sluts? That's if you die in the wrong religion. $75 sluts I get, though. I get 3 extra girls than they do when I die. I'm telling you. Man, look at this. Guppy's coming back to life. Everything's ready for a fucking... they're ready to crush this crude oil. Looks like it's going to go through the floor now. Oh my God. Even the pound looks like it's going to go nuts. I'm going to buy some pound. Oh, thank God that's over with. We got our tweet of the day. All right, let's go north, man. The whole week bullish. Today's the low of the low. The low of the week today. How about that tweet? Yeah, the tweet's out there. No, we're going to go scorched earth. I think the markets will be happy. They say the market doesn't like indecision. Yeah, once you decide, you're going to just say, you know what, fuck it, you're done. You're bye-bye, you're gone. That is a good way to go. Rip the Band-Aid off. Got to get these NASDAQ to make one run at this black line. One final push for the day, and then we got to see crude oil fall through the floor here. I'm running this strict 3-pip grid. Every 3 pips. It's almost 1 o'clock. The old classic 4-hour candles update in about 10 minutes. Look at the 1-minute chart. That drama, that tweet caused all these spikes here. We got a delta going here. NASDAQ 1 minute stuck in the middle with you. Crude oil is pulling back, but I think crude oil spiked up into this window here just for a nanosecond. Could be a bull trap there, because if we can take this out by the end of the day, but I don't know. Momentum's drying up. It's late in the day, so enough time to get that done. It's getting very, very quiet. Stocks are crashing. But I don't care. I'm not in that trade actually. I'm in the fucking euro dollar. But yeah, look at this thing. 1 minute, I would say crashing, but definitely selling off here. But this is going to be the 4-hour chart's about to update. The 1 minute chart's so dramatic that it really is a little distortion. Here's a 15-minute NASDAQ. Boy, this guppy looks ready to just pop in the next 2 minutes. So 1 o'clock, I don't know. There's stuff closing in Europe, I'm sure, at 1 o'clock. I don't know what it is. Probably wrapping up the books in there. So in the next 2 minutes, we could see it's definitely some spiky prices right around 1 o'clock. So now we're just waiting until 4 o'clock for the next session to start. I'm holding into these long positions for the next 4 hours, 5 hours. 5 p.m. and then 7 o'clock at night is where it starts up again. Well, at least it's going to be all night, but I kind of want to hold through this possible retracement. So in this euro dollar on the 5-minute chart, it's going to look like, by 5 p.m. coming back to here, say, cash out, come back in with buy limits into this top later on. So if you could take out that top and come back, then I put the buy limits underneath that to add to the position, and try to maximize the pippage. So this is the half-hour chart. My targets are up in here. Like I said, what I really want to have happen is some kind of opposite reaction here into tonight in the next 3 hours. And since the volatility is so high right now, I think we could make it to here. But eventually up here is going to be the dream. And I've seen markets, like you can see it right here last night, comes down here and then you're like, next thing you know, it's actually banging on the fucking highs from the other day. And that being the trade, scalping the wick, this would be a wick at the end of the day. And this would be a small body. So I want to be in the trade, I want to hold the wick, and then I want to add to the position if we do go north. And it turns out that this is nothing more than a big Monday morning freak-out price trap void. And now we're coming up on the rooftops of the 30, the 15. Got a slight delta here on the 15. We got this fractal where you've got these two voids here. And you've backfilled both of them now. So the decision's really simple. As the market unfolds, and I wouldn't have the patience for that to happen. That's why I bought. You don't do what I'm doing. I forgot to give you the disclaimer. Unless you're really stubborn, anxious, times 10, then do it. So now, I don't really want to buy here. I bought so much on this pullback that I'm just going to sit tight. Here's the 5-minute chart. And we just broke out the rooftops on that 15-minute bar. And so it just broke out, right? But I don't want to put a buy stop there because it's probably trapping people right now. And now it's going to come flying back. So there's so many decisions to make, and the guy that's asking about the 500 to 1,000, you just have to ask yourself, do you want to trade the 5-minute chart or the daily chart? And certainly the daily chart is going to be like, okay, you're down $50, you're in 15K, you're waiting to make $75. How many trades can you put on? Should you look at another market? Did you get in too big? Should you and I think you were trading some. Yeah, you don't want to go past 500 to 1 leverage because you don't want to put yourself in a position where you can't really trade more than a standard lot with $500 unless you're really good at getting out of about 20K and taking about $18 out of it. So if you can think about the script as the order is your trade plan, is that all your trade plans are all these little drops that you put in there. And your trade plan lasts for 8 hours, and you have it. That's your trade plan. I'm going to buy if the market drops down here in the next 8 hours. If it takes 12 hours, then my order will disappear and it will not get filled. Here's the other thing: is that this is what you're supposed to do. I know a lot of people don't do this. You have $500 in your trading account. Well, you get filled on about 5 tickets and you made about $23, but you're following your plan and you're very disciplined. At the end of the week, put $50 of cash in the account. Now you got $565 to play with now. And it just has to be like that because you really have to consider that when you drop those tickets in, that you could wipe out that order bank, and that's just how life is. So you accept all those losses up front, then you have a clear mind and you can drop it on the chart. And actually the limit entry thing is very a professional way to trade with discipline, if you consider that being professional, because you can drop your orders in there like this and say, yeah, and I do it in the morning all the time. I'm like, yeah, I know I'm long, but I want to buy one more if it pulls back here. And sometimes it'll actually wick back. Like you just saw this tweet from Trump gave us this wick here. Now the people that were hoping they could get a chance to get on the train, well, they wicked back and filled them. Now the people that did really big with tight stops, they got taken out. So it's like having a car that's off-road and it's also able to go 190 miles an hour on a flat road. Those are two different things, but you can have both in trading. You can, with just you're trading with a 100 pip stop on one ticket, and you can scalp around this trade because it probably will trace in a week, but you just have the swing trade in there, or you open a separate account if you're disturbed by having the same trade in there, which probably the best way to go, because if you're in the scalping account and you just made your target, you probably want to take all profits right now, scalp out, and let the swing trade leave behind. Otherwise, if you hit the take all profits on everything open, say you're up $1,300, news just came out, I say get the fuck out and re-rack another limit grid. But if you do that with the swing trades combined, you're going to cash out of your swings, and you don't want to do that because then you got to reinitialize those. But you can do that on limits. So it's all psychological. Do you want to pay the spread and maybe get a worse fill and dump the whole position knowing this is probably not the bottom? You're up really big on the trade because you commingle the scalps with the swings, but there's too many swings and there's not enough scalps. There's too many scalps, not enough swings. But all that stuff's happening simultaneously. I'm just talking about if you only trade one instrument. So I know people want to trade a bunch of stuff because they think they found the pattern that always works and they want to apply it to everything they see, not realizing that the depth of the market and the spread. With a $6,000 spread on the Bitcoin, I was able to write scripts for it, but I got to tell you, you're looking at it going, wait a minute. So I got to make up this $6,000. I got to make at least $6,000 per trade. I mean, not in real money, but in Bitcoin money, because I got to pay for the spread somehow, in case I'm wrong about every fucking trade. Okay, so it's just after 105 now, 106. and we're drifting up. Now we could take out this high, and it could be a drift up into Asia. Asia opens up, and it continues. Now, I don't like that, but that's what can happen. Because the cause for the effect here may be, in this instance, that you're from Canada. No. That this beatdown is so ferociously fast that it's going to have to drift up. And if you look at that 4-hour chart, you see that when there's a beatdown like this, you see how you on the yellow session, right? So if you buy the yellow, it may take, and that's the retracement there, and then here Asia, and see how when Asia opens, it continues through. Because I'm trading a structure swing trade, so a lot of my tickets are based on, the guy was asking about Sunday. Yeah, this is Sunday's low, I guess. You buy this big vault, and if you look back in time, you can see all the times that trade, you're buying during the drama, and the U.S. closes, Asia opens, and look at this rip. So I'm looking for some of that to happen. Because of where we are in the whole, like, big picture of, if you zoom out, you're like, dude, you're down here at the apex of the beginning of the starting gate, and you're only 25 pips from the next stop hunt, or the next shelf of insanity. And the ball right now, that's why I went with the ball only, because where's the ball right now, and what time is it? It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Here's the ball. Here's the 4-hour chart. Can they push it lower? Would you buy more down here? Well, it would be quite a feat to push it lower. We already went through the fucking floor once. Like, how much before she decides to break up with you? How many times can you... Oh, sorry, I slipped. I didn't mean to hit you. And this ball needs to make it above the bar. It's kind of a limbo. But the only narrative I care about is current narrative. I cannot look back to the left of this chart. That's what these lines do for me. They say stuff like, look at this fucking price up here. I'm just so obvious. Better than market profile. This makes market profile look like it was designed by morons. What they did with the market profile, this guy, I had the book and everything. In fact, I was, they were charging $30 a month to get the market profile data, this alphabet soup shit coming in. And it had a bulge to it. But what do you do with the bulge? I don't know. Do you put your orders near the middle of the bulge or on the edges? I'm at the edge of the bulge, I guess. I'm getting at the edge where there's really no liquidity. And I'm going to trade it back to the bulge, but the bulge is so much easier to see here. There is no doubt that this price means something. The problem with market profile, anyone I've seen is like, and then they do, well, this is the market profile. From each day stacked up, we have a weekly profile. Dude, these are excuses either not to trade or it's got to be not to trade, because you filtered the market so fucking hard that does anybody do anything like that, anything else in their life like that? I guess, right? You're freebasing cocaine. Fuck let's just melt it down in the mic. Let's just get high. Oh, I burned my face off. Okay, well, we went too far on that. Back it down a notch from just burning your face off, I say. But I back-tested a lot of robots with this strategy, and yes, on a grid trading strategy, it'll blow up. But if you combine the trend strategy, I'm aware of the trend traders. I'm aware of the edge of the market. And I'm like, yeah, we're at the edge here, dude. This is really stressful, because if we keep tanking for the rest of the day, that means going into Asia. And are we going to continue? The trend traders always ask, is this a continuation? Is this a accumulation sideways? If we have bull flag, we got a triangle, and we keep going up. And the range traders are saying, I hope we just go up and down like in a nonsense manner. Here's the 1 minute euro dollar. So we need to take out this. Now it looks like we're going to come down again. So got this pressure building up on the downside again. So I'm going to put my hand-placed buy limit here now. Right at the apex of this cute little triangle that you broke out of. Yeah, the patterns are easier to read. There's no doubt what a flag looks like here, and this 1 minute chart, but let me go to 5 minute chart. I'll zoom in a little bit because the 5 minute chart's a little bit much. But if you just look in terms of if tops become bottoms on the actual rooftops, this breakout of here, buyer should come back in when it retests the breakout point. This is where confirmation traders get in. So I don't have to get in there. I'm already in the market, but I can watch all that happen and say, yeah, yeah, you want to buy it? Well, it is kind of drifting up now. Should we get in? And somebody will have a 20 EMA or 10 EMA. My moving average is, I guarantee you haven't crossed the 100 yet because I've got the 100 in there. I put the 100 in there because it's all purpose. Works on the 1 minute. So it actually works good on the 1 minute chart because even though this thing crashed through it here, this is Trump did that. So that's about, we're going to bomb the shit out of them. But everything was all fun and games until that. But we're finding support. You can make that argument. One thing I'll tell you is you will never overtrade if you use this for your entry system. Looking for this setup with your finger on the trigger, a double top, and a severe downtrend. Also, you probably may have fallen asleep waiting for the setup. That's the only drawback. Now here you might say, put a 200 period moving average on, you get a better fit. But then it's too laggy. So I could probably put a 200 on there. When you're this long of a moving average, I don't think it matters, honestly. The 5 minute chart is such a drastic change. I really never realized it until I started looking at the 1 minute chart. You have to zoom out on this 1 minute chart to make it make sense compared to that 5 minute chart. 5 minute chart's a little rugged, a little clunky looking, but this is a nice view. We can see the support and resistance current delta. The ball is where it's at on the 100 period moving average. Possibly drift up into, we still got hours left before 5 p.m. before stocks close. And then what's going to happen in the after hours of stocks? Is it going to keep tanking? This is the 15-minute NASDAQ. This looks like it's kind of in an uptrend. Doesn't mean it can't go ripping down and crush into this thing later on. We've all seen that one. We did get a little fall through the floor here, a little pre-sell-off in the dollar-yen here, possibly fueling the euro-dollar trade I'm in. So I may not be trading this, but I've seen this before where, the dollar starts to fell through the floor here, and if it keeps tanking, you could probably get in on this 100 period moving average. I hate to say it, but you could have got in here with that rule set. I mean, like I said, you're never going to overtrade with it because there's the far and few between signals. Very far few between, but hey, listen. For a goober, it's ultimate setup. You may be waiting for it to come to here, or you're going to sell here going, it's never coming back there. I got the green light to sell because it's in a downtrend on the 100 period moving average. Just go. Don't micromanage it. Don't overthink it. Just take the trade, I suppose this is the thinking, You got to have something that's just get her done. I don't think you should overanalyze any of the stuff. It's kind of funny how the Gartley pattern stuff and all that, like, it's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, how many mystical ideas. Looks like a possible sell-off here, though. Always looks like it's going to tank. Dollar yen looks like it's just going to cross into this black line and crush down into close. Even though I've kind of like, that's kind of my trade, is to buy this below the lonely wick and scalp out. But if that does not happen, then it could just be lights out for the dollar yen here. Gold's coming back to life on the 1 minute. British pound made a nice run. Got Got some pressure to blow out on this. I think we get a nice rally right into 5 p.m. on this stuff. Everybody's buying the pound and the euro. Spread gets squirrely here. It goes to like 3 pips, you know, so you can't run very tight. A lot of pressure on the top here. Looks like the dollar yen's going to finally go on a tank. 1 minute chart. Got a sell signal there. Trends down. You could do that actually because it's a 100 period moving average on a 1 minute chart. I mean, you can't get more perfect than that. 100 bars of trend. Smoothed out. I like that smooth. None of that jagged EMA shit. I hate EMAs. God, they look like fucking shit. Look at how perfect this EMA just touches this NASDAQ on the 15. It's like fucking trend line. Gotta get this ball to break this black line. This ball's gotta go through the floor now. Crude oil's gotta tank and just clear out all of these black lines. Make it so. Make it so. Do it. "36 minutes ago, Trump said he's going to kick these fuckers' asses." Alrighty. About to break out on that 1 minute chart. Let's go, man. Dollar yen through the floor. Euro dollar through the ceiling. Crude oil through the floor. Stocks straight up through the ceiling. 1 minute chart. The march begins. Coming after those black lines here. All that resistance has been stacking up ever since the close of London. It's been dripping down. We need to crush it to the north. Trigger all those bears stops. I'm just on the verge here. So the NASDAQ needs to start going north here after the top. Spike up. Pound's got to go spiking up here. We got to see some serious movement now. Stuff's going to move hard. I'm ready to buy some more at the market, to be honest with you. This looks like a real backlash. Ultimate squeeze for the everything. People are just gonna lose it when the dollar yen tanks here. Let's see if we recovered our losses. I know I added some more positions. I know I bought that guppy, so hopefully you scalped out of that. I had really tight targets too. Down about $2,000 still. But we bought a lot down there, so we're still in really big. So holding onto the swing portion for the big money on the big position, and the scalps have taken off about 500K in scalps. It looks like this NASDAQ is about to bum rush all these black lines. Yeah, this looks like a real freak out moment. This is starting to freak out. Pop this thing. We'll cash out on that if we're in it. The pound's ready to just go hard north, so hard here. Oh my God. Yeah, this is going to be a royal flush here, it looks like at the end. Gold's ready to trounce. Everybody's realizing, wait a minute. It looks like the war is going to be over pretty soon. Because I don't think we're going to fuck around with these people anymore. You can only be so nice to somebody and then you got to bitch slap them. So this is really a bitch slap kind of swing trade. If you think about it, it's a fundamental bitch slap swing trade. I think everybody's done. I think all the traders are over this fucking Iraqi shit because every time you turn around, Iranian shit, whatever the fuck it is, these towelhead fucks, there's some fucking, 30 pip wick on the chart for no apparent reason. Oh, we're about to take out this high here. This is a big deal. We just nicked the wick here on the 1 minute euro dollar. So sellers came in there taking profits. I'm sure I'm one of them for all the tickets I got in there. But the obstacle still is that high of the day. Go to the 5 minute chart. It looks like, okay. I suppose we could look at the 5 minute chart now. I can tolerate it. Yeah, it's really hard, the hardest thing really is looking at different time frames. So if say you're in a trade and you're in a big drawdown, it's a swing trade, and you think, I'll go look at the 1 minute chart and go, oh my God, I can't. It looks like I'm really going to start losing even more money. So to soothe myself, I'll look at a little bit bigger time frame like this. Okay, well, this is the 5 minute chart, dude. Relax. We're way away from the lows of the day. You'll be fine. You can hold this into Asia. So I talk. It's a lot of self-talk. But I have to be realistic that if we do take this fractal out and keep going up, that if we're banging on this floor during Asia, and they say, you know what? The towelhead said they want to go over and make some gyros for Trump. We're going to engulf. We're going to take out the blue. We're going to take out London's high. And we've seen this before. We've seen these kind of auctions before where, what? What's the price now? They're still fucking tanking this thing, huh? Why? Look at this beautiful hard top on the look back pressure. Woof. Baby's ready to just go ballistic. It's 5 minutes before the half-hour chart closes out. We're going to go to the half-hour chart and take a gander at this. So about to take out this fractal, which is kind of a big deal on the 15 minutes, more of a fractal. That's why I don't believe in any of that. If you're going to run these fractals, you need a 5 minute chart. Well, who needs to see that shit? You can't see that that's a high? I'm just kind of amazed that people need anything more than a bar chart. Like, what do you think's going to happen? I don't want to be mean. So I'm usually mean to, I'll watch somebody's video and go, what the fuck? Like, why you? So it's like a religious person that has a bunch of catchphrases in their pocket. Yeah, but it's not helping you with this psycho babe that you married. Oh, well, there's a verse about psycho babes in the Bible. Is there? I don't remember. Yeah, that answers it. What's that, Medusa, that chick with a million fucking heads or something? She gives a lot of head. That's why I married her. Oh, I didn't know it was that kind of head. She's got 8 snake heads. But I love her. We love her. Everybody in my family loves her. Okay, she's annoying. She's got a fucking voice fry to kill you. I know. I'm just saying she's cute. All right. We got to break this. This is very encouraging. And now I do look at this for my... somebody asked me, what do you do when you're losing money? I look at this chart and say, dude, we're about to take out that high. And the whole thing is going to... So the reversal trading, I wasn't allowed into the Discord of the famous no-nonsense trader because he didn't trade reversals. And I think that's where most of the money's at, the reversal. They take it all the way to the edge and they go, oh yeah, I guess boys can't become girls. But wait a minute. Can they get pregnant? I didn't think about that. Wait a second. Let me ask AI. I don't want to use up my AI tokens, my Anthropic tokens. I'll put Fable 5 on this one. I know it'll lead me down the right path. Man, I wish they'd speed up the market. You ever look at the trade and go, I think I know what's going to happen when they just get there? Here's another thing I look at. This thing turns all black into a beautiful black, simple chart as soon as you go to max zoom out. So I was asking Anthropic about I mean these ideas these strategies look really good on paper, but you do wonder how many people are doing this trade. Sell stop entry. Place your ticket. Place your sell ticket here and do a cancel and replace every day and double the size of the ticket. And you go, I know one day they're going to fucking take out this low. And I'm sure there's a bunch of trend lines or there's just a void beneath. And they're going to crush it. They're going to go down 70 pips. And when they go through this floor, I'm just going to hold on. So I used to swing trade without stops years ago. And I remember this pattern in the currencies where it's just like this. You fall into this floor. I see the ultimate floor is this one here. This slot. But what blew people's minds is this. When you took that out, wow. And I guess this is when people say stuff like, I guess they put the lows in for the moment, sure. That's a big deal. So you're right up in this thing. And then I look at the current prices. I'm like, oh my God, we're below these two. We're in this 25 pip sweet spot. All depending how tight you run your stops. Go to the 1 hour chart so we can see a zoomed out view of this trap zone. And we're going to cash out here. So we can take off, whatever cashes out, or we could dump the whole position if we're up. So if you're up 10 grand, you were down 6 grand, up 10 grand, maybe just go flat. Because if you can get back in, it's nothing to put another trade on like this because what the next trade is going to be for me is very painfully obvious. I'm going to click my double click grids, and I'm literally going to get in on new lows over the next 4 hours, irregardless to the chart pattern. For those grid entries, those would be just obvious. I just want to buy something low. But then as the sessions come up, Asia's there, and you could draw precise limits into slots because Asia's very quiet, and then when it breaks out of there, the next move should be maybe even a measured move, or just anything. Or it continues, or your target is like, I'm going to hold this for 3 days. Like, look at this fucking... So when people look at the weekly charts and the monthly charts, hopefully they're planning out a swing trade, because it is going to take days and weeks to unfold, but it's not like it doesn't make like 16 grand, because it does. And you can add to it on wicks. So you're already in, you're looking at the big picture, you're like, holy shit, it's churning higher. And every sell-off is a place to just put a stupid script, maybe, or don't even touch it, or wait until the end of the hour, it's pulled back by some more. But it's always a great time to run those shallow limit orders that don't last very long, because you can pick something up and maybe you just add that to the composite. So if you're swing trading it, your accumulation may be over 3 days, and you scalped around that, and you really wish you were making more money, but because you decided to hold the swing through the drawdown and make up for it in scalping. I mean, if you're really an addicted trader, like if you're really addicted to trading, which I suppose I am, I want to say, well, here's a scalp window and here's a swing window, and I know the swing thing is something I'm just going to have to accept that it's going to take hours to retrace. So I'm not crazy about that, because I definitely want to make the fastest money possible. But it's more relaxing to be in a smaller position and swing trade and think to yourself, yeah, you know, you can always add on scalp. So in the back of my mind, the way I can get through it is that it doesn't mean I can't come back and scalp when I see scalping needs to be done. Like there's an opportunity. So I can be I can be in a swing trade and be looking at the 5-minute chart. So I get the 5-minute chart here. Actually, the 1-minute chart seems to be like a great chart. So I could have bought this here. This is a trade system entry. You're below the 100 buy, you know. It's only like 4 pips, but the idea is that, could you trade that strategy? Yeah. But you'd have to trade so big on that to make a living. So why not be a swing trader and a scalper? I saw some guy do a video where this guy made $350,000 day trading, but he said it was so hard to do that he said he's just going to quit and just make 50 grand a week instead of, why kill yourself from some of these trades? The ball looks like it's going to drop back here, crush out, backfill one more time here. NASDAQ never really got the party started here. It's kind of consolidating. A little bit of a bounce here. A few pips for people. NASDAQ, it doesn't take much. You know, there's a lot of trades in this market, because you could have bought this thing and be up and out already. Maybe holding something. It looks like we could take a ride. I'm seeing the tick chart take off here a little bit. Panic into the close. Let's go for this dark blue, see what that's like. Oh, wow. That is dark blue. So this blue box here would have been your entry window, and you'd already be out. I would definitely recommend you get the fuck out of that trade when it reaches on something, because it could come back. But I'd buy the pullback just as well. I think I don't have a NASDAQ in here, but I should write a NASDAQ double-click grid one that actually has 15-minute expirations that are down. So the biggest kind of, the best kind of scalp is the where you press a button and it's going to put in really deep orders that only last 15 minutes. And that way, in the NASDAQ, when it spikes down hard, it's going to, as time goes by, the next 15 minutes, if it can go down there in 7 minutes, it's more likely that it's going to retrace. It'll just be like all spiky. Whereas if it expires in 4 hours, you probably get filled and blown out of that trade, even if it's 2 hours later. So I'm going to try running a 5-minute expiration in this. I've never done it because my broker never took anything shorter than 15-minute expiration. But if you could have a 2-minute expiration on a grid drop, a grid click inside a NASDAQ, think about it. The market comes down there really quickly, and then after that trade's over, you don't want any pendings remaining, because sure, it looks like a good idea to do that trade again, but it may be deeper that you have to do that trade. And if you have your other hand on the take profit key, so you need one key to launch the script and one key to take profits, you probably should be sitting in like a cockpit. If you're really going to trade NASDAQ like that, and it's not like you couldn't make, I might do it just for fun, because I know with the scripts, I know I could do it because I know exactly what's going to happen. I know how much I'm risking, and I just hit a button. And you can get one of these programmable keyboards that's very small and just hit the button and go. All right. You're allowed 72 hotkeys inside of MetaTrader. And you just have take profits, maybe even a panic button, delete all open and pendings or something like that. But that's the answer if you're one of these scalper people, because that's the fast market. Look, it's already back down again. It's in the middle of the box all over again. What a surprise. I can't even see the spread on this thing. It's so rambunctious. I never know what to make of this thing. But a lot of this stuff just takes hours for the swing trades. It looks like a buy right there, doesn't it? How it just kind of took out a little bit lower here. Now she's ready to go. Yeah, I recommend the 1-minute chart for the NASDAQ. Otherwise, you're just going to get clobbered. You don't have a chance. Look at how dramatic this thing is. Are you serious? It's all about the chips. People are just freaking out about these data centers and the chips. And it's so funny because the news is just the news. The market heals itself. People find a way, trust me. People are getting shit done behind the scenes, what they need to be done. They're not following the rules, or shit would not get done. All right, looks like NASDAQ might be leaving the station for another ride to the north. Euro dollar's struggling in a drift mode. Dollar yen came back to life. Buyers came in on that plunge. So it's still in that box, that scalp box on the 1-minute dollar yen. Here's a sell-off. Retesting again. Like I said, you gotta be quick and wily. Crude oil's making a run. Gold stalled out. British pound looks like a buy. Slowly drifting out of the hole. Looks like people are selling the Bitcoin here. Yeah, wow, what a crazy market. So here's NASDAQ. Is this the double bottom we should be buying? 1 minute chart. So all the way back down again. What a surprise. Oh my God. It's so slow at this time of day. But there still could be a spike down on NASDAQ here. 1 minute NASDAQ might break out of that blue box to the downside, but then it's just another buying opportunity. Yeah, I'd buy it totally down here. If it ever makes it back here. All the way down, actually. Really difficult trade. Buy all the way down. All the way to Memphis. Buy just below the edge of that box, that blue box. Wow, what a great entry. Big juicy buy there for the NASDAQ. Make a run for the border now. You got till 4 o'clock. 2 hours and 15 minutes to make a rally from this price here. Yeah, that was the entry right there. As soon as it jumped outside that blue box on the NASDAQ. So from here to 4 p.m., this could be the starting gate for a rally for the NASDAQ. Looks like the dollar yen went back to selling off. Crude oil is still holding though. British pound's making a run for the high of the day. Here comes the NASDAQ. One last psycho rally for everything now across the board. Gold's getting its ass kicked though. Gold's not done being punished. New highs here on the guppy. People just sell when they see that. Just know the reason to sell. Okay. Okay, got 2 hours and 13 some minutes left for a rally here.